And we're live. Welcome in, everybody. It is free agency day in the NHL, and this is going to be a fun one. We've got a lot going on already. A lot of deals appear to be already worked out, but we've got to wait till 12 p.m. noontime to actually sign them. It's been a big, big day. This is going to be a lot of fun. Absolutely cannot wait to see how this all goes. What's going on, everybody in the chat? Welcome. We're getting ready as the news pours in here to discuss everything as it happens. We've got Logan, Jake, Slapshot, Samuel, Devin, Connor. What is going on, guys? Welcome in. Thank you guys all for being here. It is going to be a fun day. I've got Twitter up and ready to go. And we've already got a trade today. Zadorov goes to Chicago, or from Chicago to Calgary for a third rounder. So Flames add Nikita Zadorov to their defense. That's an interesting move there. Not a huge loss there, but Zadorov's a decent bottom pair guy. Let's see. Tyler Johnson was traded last night. Sharks, it looked like they're going to get Nick Bonino. And, Cogliano, that is new. Let's see, Anderson's going to Carolina. It looks like Mrazek is going to the Leafs. So Carolina seems to be swapping goaltenders here with Toronto. So it's already been busy. There's a lot going on. Here's Bob McKenzie. Calgary gives up a third-round pick for Zadorov. So there it is, cap-friendly with it. So things are moving here. Things are going along. And this is gonna be fun. BTB, what's going on? Jace, welcome. Boston Bruins fan. Malia, Sports Geeks with the dono. Let's get that dono hype in the chat for Sports Geeks. Dropping a 5 on the stream already. Thank you so much for being here. Steven, welcome in. Red Rubber, welcome in. Thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate it. We've got trade potential. We've got signings coming up in about an hour where things will be made official. We'll see what happens here. We will see what happens. Getzlaf is probably going to the Oilers. Getzlaf is probably going to the Oilers, Bruins fan, but we'll see. Nothing is official until noontime unless they're staying with their current team. So, that's where we're at. Ryan, what's going on? Welcome in. Blackhawks seem to be acting like they think that they're buyers. I mean, they're not going to make the playoffs next year, but they seem to they're acting like they think they are. So they've had one of the more interesting off seasons out of anybody here. It's been a very weird off season for the Chicago Blackhawks. Kevin, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. So we've got potential for a lot of big moves today as we wait and see. There's a lot that is unofficially official, meaning the insiders all know where these guys are going, but the contracts can't officially be signed until noontime when free agency actually opens. But there are deals in place all around the league. Yeah, I have no idea what NFL Nation is talking about. The Bruins have had a fantastic offseason so far. They had a tremendous draft. They re-signed Hall to an incredibly good contract. Looks like Krejci's probably coming back. I mean, Boston's had a fantastic offseason so far. All right, here we go from Kevin Weeks. Halak signing a one-year deal with the Canucks. One-year deal for Jaro Halak with the Vancouver Canucks, it looks like. So he is going to go there and back up Thatcher Demko in Vancouver. So that is definitely an interesting one for sure. So Zadorov, the big news coming out right now is that Zadorov was traded from Chicago to Calgary for a third-round pick. So that's kind of the big thing being talked about right now. I mean, Detroit's still very much in rebuild mode. They're probably not going to do much in free agency. You don't build a team through free agency. They're going to be building through the draft mostly. Their guys are still a little ways away. But yeah, Tampa dumped more cap space. Actually, I'm going to go to cap friendly quick. I have, let's see, hang on, how do I do this? I want to, all right, here's cap friendly. I want to look at what we're seeing right now for cap space. All right, so right now Tampa Bay is projected to only be slightly over the cap. However, I don't know. They do not have a full roster yet. That is why. So they still have Ross Colton, who's an RFA. They still have Alex Barre-Boulet, who's an RFA. I mean, these guys, I think, got qualifying offers, but they have to actually accept the qualifying offers before they're officially listed. So Tampa is still over it as far as cap goes, but they have gotten a lot closer. They have gotten a lot closer back down to that $81.5 million that they need to get to. So, it's definitely been a cap dump off season for the Tampa Bay Lightning so far, and that is they're getting closer. That's where they're at right now. They're getting closer to being cap compliant. Let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, we knew Martinez was staying in Vegas. Doesn't seem to be anything else new happening. Yeah, Rask is out until February, most likely. I don't think he's going to play till after the Olympic break. Cap dump, Jefferson. That was a pure cap dump by the Vegas Golden Knights. They couldn't afford to keep Fleury at $7 million. They wouldn't have been able to re-sign Martinez if they did. But the very weird part is that they traded him for basically nothing. Coco, what's going on? Welcome in. Steven, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Vegas would not be able to have re-signed Martinez if they kept Fleury, so they needed cap space there. Yeah, if you're going to put fake stuff in the chat, you're just going to get kicked out. It's really simple. Don't be an idiot. If you're going to put fake stuff in the chat, then we're just going to get rid of you. Don't be stupid. Chara's retiring. Chara's not going anywhere. He's not even gonna play. He's done. I don't think he's playing anywhere. Boston's got to sign a goalie. That's the big thing. Boston's got to sign a goalie. Chara is going to retire. He's not coming back. Yeah, absolutely, Coco. Free agency is absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely the best. It's one of the best times of the year. I love opening day of free agency. There's just so much that goes on. But, Dono hype in the chat for Coco, dropping a 2 on the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the Dono. Let's get that hype in the chat. Let's go. Dono's ripping already. We're just getting going here. Full day of free agency coverage. Jace, the fact that you had to search that up, it was clearly fake. Mapman, what is going on? I would love Ullmark in Boston, NFL Nation. I would absolutely love Linus Ullmark to be kind of the holdover guy for this coming season. Absolutely. Nick, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat. We got Twitter up. We're getting ready here to see what happens. Still, everything seems to be about the Zadorov trade right now. Yeah, Boston brought Riley back, which was definitely one of their best options on defense to do, because there are not a lot of good defensive options out there that are actually hitting free agency. A lot of the defensemen that were going to be available ended up re-signing with their teams that already had them. So there's not a huge defense market. Here we go. This is new from Bob McKenzie. Brandon Sutter appears likely to be headed back to Vancouver on a one-year deal. So that is pretty new news from Bob McKenzie. Sutter looks like he's staying in Vancouver. No, free agency opens at noontime. What's going on, Austin? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it looks like Mrazek is going to Toronto and Anderson is going to Carolina. So it seems like Toronto and Carolina are basically swapping goalies. But that's obviously not official yet, but all signs are pointing to that. But again, contracts can't officially be signed until noontime, so everything right now is just insiders using the information that they have and speculating on what it's where guys are likely going to go. The deals are talked about and agreed to; they just can't officially be signed yet. So that's kind of what we'll wait. That's what will start at noontime, is when the deals can officially be signed. We also have Zach Hyman going to the Edmonton Oilers as a very, very likely scenario. Again, all but agreed to. Know that it's going to happen, just can't officially happen yet. It's definitely going to be fun, Ryan. Absolutely. Definitely going to be fun. I love free agency day. There's always awesome stuff going on with free agency. And it's always one of the bigger days of the year as far as just stuff going on around the league is active. It's really fun for sure. Yeah, Ben wants Goodbranson. Yeah, I don't think Goodbranson's going anywhere, but yeah, well, there's a lot of moves to be made. There's some interesting goaltending decisions to be made. And again, the wow, oh, that's old. That's 2 hours old. But Jake McCabe going to Chicago potentially. That's an interesting move. The defense market has really shrunk because Martinez signed, Riley signed. There's been a lot of defensemen that have kind of signed here. 1 year, $1.5 million deal with Vancouver and Yaroslav Halak. Yeah, he didn't have a great season last year, but assuming he bounces back a little bit, he's going to be a pretty solid backup for Thatcher Demko in Vancouver. Dmitry Kulikov could end up back with the Devils potentially. That is interesting. He was traded away from the Devils at the deadline last year, but it looks like he might be going back to New Jersey. All right, we shall see. Yes, looks like Kyle Palmieri is going to stay with the Islanders. That's very, very likely. It's very unlikely that Parise and Suter end up on the same team, Mapman. I mean, until the contracts are officially signed, I guess it's not impossible. but it's very unlikely that they end up going to the same place. THG, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate seeing you in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, THG. There's one person that hasn't has been talked about, but isn't really getting a lot of attention right now because the guys that are actually free agents. But that's Jack Eichel. Jack Eichel is still on the trade market. Has not been moved by Buffalo yet, and I'm gonna use the poll feature now that they have it in the chat. Do you guys think that that Eichel gets moved today, or do you think that that's something that happens further down the line? So I'm gonna drop that in the chat and use the poll. And I want to get your guys' opinion on what you think's going to happen with Eichel. Do you think a deal gets done today, or do you think that that's something that is further down the line? Andrew, what's going on? Welcome. Yeah, Hurricanes are going to be very active. It's already been reported that they're probably going to be signing Freddie Anderson as their goaltender to replace Mrazek and Reimer and Nedeljkovic. So it looks like Anderson is likely going from Toronto to Carolina, and then it's looking like Mrazek is going from Carolina to Toronto. Yeah, David Savard looks like he's going to Montreal. That's been talked about quite a bit. Probably not, but the Islanders could be in on signings, but I don't see a trade happening with the Islanders today. But I mean, that doesn't mean that it won't. I just haven't heard anything about it yet. I don't think Eichel's getting traded today. So I'm with the 2/3 of you that currently say no. I don't think that Eichel's getting traded today. Buffalo's asking price is through the roof, and the number of teams even in conversations about it is dropping. Minnesota's pulled out. LA has pulled out. I don't. Until Buffalo drops their asking price, it's unlikely that he gets moved. Oh, Darren Dreger. Here we go. Ethan Bear traded to Carolina. That's an interesting one. Ethan Bear goes to Carolina. Jonathan Bernier going to the New Jersey Devils on a 2-year deal worth $4 million. That's a very nice deal for Jonathan Bernier. He was a guy that I wanted the Bruins to be in on, but obviously that's not happening. Oh yeah, Casey Cizikas is a UFA for the Islanders. That's going to be an interesting name to watch, to see if a deal gets done with him in New York. Ethan Bear to the Hurricanes. What exactly is happening here? And HTH with the Oilers defense now with Bear gone. I mean, you're looking at Nurse, Barry, Keith Ceci, Chris Russell, and Evan Bouchard. Oh, boy. I am not liking that defense in Edmonton. That is not a good defense core with the Edmonton Oilers. Now, I don't see how their defense is it's not better than it was last year. Not even close. So Ethan Bear is going to the Carolina Hurricanes. Wenberg is definitely a depth player at this point, Charlie. He may not even get signed today. That might be a later off-season thing. But Granlund, whether he stays in Nashville or goes somewhere else, is definitely going to be getting a decent middle six contract for sure, I would imagine. He's he's been a solid third line-ish player the last couple of years, and there's definitely going to be interest in him for sure. Dougie Hamilton, who knows? That's a very interesting situation. Apparently, Carolina lowballed him badly on their last deal. So yeah, we'll see what happens with Hamilton, but he's definitely the biggest defenseman on the market. That is for sure. I mean, Ceci played a very sheltered role with the Pittsburgh Penguins and had a decent year, but he's by no means an upgrade for the Oilers. Yeah, Ryan Suter is going to Dallas, is the word that I'm hearing. Ryan Suter going to Dallas, most likely. So let's see, is it? Yeah, per Kevin Weeks, Ryan Suter, multi-year deal with Dallas. So that's a big get there. Warren Foegele is the piece going back for Edmonton. So Ethan Bear goes to Carolina and Warren Foegele goes to the Edmonton Oilers. That's an interesting move. Edmonton trying to upgrade their bottom six, but now their defense isn't looking too great. I mean, pretty typical cap dump, Logan. Kind of the same kinds of trades that we've been seeing all off season. With them sending a Johnson and a draft pick, basically paying Chicago to take his contract off their hands. So cap dump move, very similar to what Philadelphia did with Shane Gostisbehere in Arizona. Bruce, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Let's get some new sub hype in the chat for Bruce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, Keith Yandle's expected to sign a one-year deal with Philadelphia. He can be good on the power play, but he's pretty brutal in his own zone. He was getting scratched in the playoffs last year for a reason. So, if he doesn't play a lot of minutes and you kind of just use him as a power play specialist, he can be fine. But you don't want him playing, 20 minutes a night at this point in his career. Yes, Avatar. Vegas did keep Alec Martinez. He signed a 3-year deal. Savard is presumably going to Montreal, Ryan. That's what everyone's been saying, is that David Savard is going to Montreal. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, Austin. It's a little early to be talking about who's going to be good and not next year, with the exception of the rebuilding teams, but I mean, should they be a playoff team? Yes. Are they going to win in the playoffs? I mean, they haven't, but it's a little early. What's going on, Bobby? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Great to see you in the chat. Bobby from Beantown Breakdown. No, Pittsburgh's been very, very quiet, Coco. There has not been anything involving Pittsburgh, so... not even really any talk, not even any, just, chatter about them. Yes, I was very out on, I agree with Shannon here, very out on, Ryan Suter if it was a 4-year deal. 2-year deal, would have been fantastic for Suter. 4-year deal, no thank you. Let's see. Here we go from Dan Murphy. Brandon Sutter's deal with the Canucks is for just over $1 million. So, 1 year deal, just over $1 million for Brandon Sutter to stay in Vancouver. I mean, Fogel's a fine bottom 6 guy. But for now the Oilers have a big defense problem. Now they have a big defense problem up in Edmonton. I don't know exactly what they're doing up there. Halak is going to the Vancouver Canucks, Connor, on a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. Just not official yet. Nobody changing teams officially have deals yet. Contracts for new teams cannot be signed until noontime. I would very much expect the Blackhawks, Steven, to be trying to move Calvin DeHaan. We'll see if it happens or not, but I would very much expect them to try and move him. Let's see. Liam, what's going on? Welcome in. Great contract for Landeskog. I thought he was gonna, hit the free agent market and get, upwards of like $8+ million a year. He stays in Colorado at $7 million. That's not a bad contract at all for somebody who can give you, 35 goals and 80 points. And obviously it's a long deal, but Landeskog's the captain. He's one of the core pieces of that team. So Colorado needed to keep him. And I think keeping him up there with McKinnon and Rantanen is really important for the Avalanche to keep that first line loaded. So I like it. Grubauer is, first of all, Grubauer can't sign with anybody other than Colorado until noontime. And even after that, I have not really seen Pittsburgh attached to Grubauer at all. Boston can't sign new players until noontime. Free agency doesn't actually open until another half an hour. So I mean, Boston re-signed Mike Riley last night. That's been their most recent move. Yeah, Brandon Saad is definitely one of the most interesting names to watch. Definitely not the top guy that he was, when he was in Chicago, but still a very solid middle six winger who can give you, 20 to 25 goals. So, Saad is definitely going to have a lot of suitors for him when coming up at noon, and it's going to be really interesting to see where he goes. Hey, Underwater, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. I would certainly expect Carolina at least be in on Brandon Saad. I think there's going to be a lot of teams in on Brandon Saad though as well. But I mean, Boston needs a goaltender. They need a goalie for this coming season. Linus Ullmark at this point would probably be my top goaltender for them to go after. Doesn't look like a deal's going to get done between Ullmark and Buffalo, so I would absolutely love to see Ullmark go to Boston for a goaltender. Bruins still need another defenseman. They need to add a D-man. Losing, Kevin Miller to retirement and Jeremy Lauzon to Seattle has definitely left a hole in that D-core on the bottom pair, so they need somebody, at least a bottom pair guy to fill in there. Forward-wise, I mean, I think the next move is to bring back Krejci. I think you bring back Krejci and play him with Hall now that Hall's signed, and then you kind of look for a third-line guy. But Boston's definitely got some moves to make, and really at every area. They need a goaltender, they need another defenseman, and they need a third-liner somewhere along the way. So that'll be interesting to see what they do. Haven't been reading a lot of anything about what they're doing, so we'll see what comes up eventually. Let's see. Whoa, Kane's also signing Antti Raanta? Wow. So it's going to be a completely new goaltending core for the Carolina Hurricanes. Freddie Anderson and Antti Raanta for the Canes. Wow. That's from Kevin Weeks. 1-year deal for Raanta. Carolina will be re-signing Jordan Martinook. That is that's a solid re-sign there for Carolina in their bottom six, especially now with Warren Fogle leaving. They definitely needed that. Hey, Drager's got Dallas signing Ryan Suter to a 4-year contract, mid-3 AAV. The AAV's not bad. I just don't like the 4-year deal for Suter. I mean, he's 36. I would have loved a 2-year deal for Suter, but not 4. So, Carolina re-signing Martinook. That is a solid deal for them. I think the Taylor Hall contract for Boston was an absolute home run, Bobby. Absolute home run. So, brand new goaltending duo now in Carolina. Freddie Anderson and Antti Raanta to replace the leaving Peter Mrazek and Alex Nedeljkovic. Yes, we are 30 minutes away from the official opening of free agency. 30 minutes away from when these contracts can actually be signed. Here we go. Here's the JFresh Hockey chart on Ethan Bear. He's a young 2A defenseman who played well in tough minutes as a rookie and has improved his results in a more limited role this season. Yeah, so Ethan Bear's a very solid player. Definitely not a superstar or anything, but he's a very solid player. That's a good pickup. That is a good pickup for the Carolina Hurricanes defense. Again, I'm not really sure what Edmonton is doing as far as their defense is concerned. It's not going to be a very good defense for the Oilers. Tyson Barrie is going back to Edmonton, but again, he's great offensively. He's a very good power play guy. He's a great point producer and puck mover, but he's not good in his own end. So, Edmonton needs guys that can actually play defense, and they don't have a lot of that. Yeah, I love how Jay Fresh puts this. His strong passing ability and power play skills are counteracted by being arguably the worst defensive defenseman in the league. So, yeah, Tyson Barrie's great on the power play, but he's maybe the worst defensive defenseman in the NHL. So, that's a problem. Like, Edmonton needs guys that play defense. Let's see. Do I think Savard is going to sign with the Habs? I think it is very, very likely that Savard signs with the Habs. That's what everyone is saying. Everyone is saying. Boone Jenner just signed an extension with Columbus. So that's well, he's been with Columbus forever, so that's not surprising, to be honest. Oh, here we go. Kevin Weeks has got the Anderson deal with the Canes. 2-year deal, around $4.5 million per. Okay, so they're betting big on Freddie Anderson having a bounce-back season. There's no doubt about that. There's Jordan Martinook. 3-year deal worth $1.8 million, re-signed with Carolina. It's definitely possible, THG. I mean, we don't know if it's going to happen or not, but it's definitely possible. All right, so that deal is probably official. Martinook. Whoa. On a 3 by 1.8. Why in the world? I don't know what's going on with the ticker right now. It's very blurry. I don't know what's up with that. What's going on, Shane? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. I don't know what is going on with the ticker. Why it's... that? Oh. Yeah, I had something click that shouldn't have been. My bad. Carolina, 3-year deal, 1.8 per. So... nope, never mind. It's getting worse again. That's... I don't know what is... I've never had an issue with the ticker before. But it's apparently not working. No, I've never had any issues with that text ticker before. I don't know why it's not working, but it's definitely not. We'll see, Shane. Buffalo's going to have to drop their price. If they're going to move Eichel today, they're going to have to drop their price. Hey, Caden, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. No, it's getting super blurry. I have no idea why. I do not think Montreal is finishing top 3 in the division. No. I would be shocked. Yo, Prosperous, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat. Let's see what else we got here. Whoa, Nick Kyprios. Done deal with Dougie Hamilton and the New Jersey Devils. 7-year deal for Dougie Hamilton with the New Jersey Devils. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Dougie Hamilton looks like he's going to New Jersey on a 7-year deal. Whoa! Blake Coleman to Calgary? Wow. Mikael Granlund is headed to market. That means he is not going back with, well, he doesn't mean he can't go back to Nashville, but he's going to hit the open market. Wow. Things are getting wild right now. Things are getting wild right now. Granlund's headed to market. It looks like Coleman to Calgary on a 6-year deal. There's a lot going on here. Man, New Jersey. What in it? Tom Fitzgerald is one of the best GMs right now in the league. Like, what New Jersey's rebuild is literally like a textbook rebuild in New Jersey. And now they're starting to come out of it. The Devils are going to be a force 2 to 3 years from now. They're going to be an absolute force 2 to 3 years from now. Hey, there we go, Jace. Mario, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Blake Coleman to Calgary. Ethan Bear trade is fantastic for the Carolina Hurricanes, Daniel. Bear is a very solid kind of 4-5 defenseman. I love that move for the Hurricanes. Yeah, New Jersey getting Dougie Hamilton is fantastic for them. I mean, they added Graves this offseason. They already had Ty Smith. They've now added Dougie Hamilton. They had a very good draft. They've had really the past 2 drafts have been good for them. There's a lot of young talent in New Jersey. That team's going to be a force. Yeah, Boone Jenner signing an extension with Columbus. Not really a surprise there. He honestly seems like a Columbus guy for life, to be honest with you. He's the quintessential Columbus Blue Jacket kind of player. What else we got going on here? DJ Smith gets an extension as the coach of Ottawa. Barry contract is a 3-year deal with Edmonton, obviously. Done deal. Los Angeles is re-signing Andreas Athanasiou to a 1-year deal worth $2.7 million. So Athanasiou stays put in LA. Another middle 6 move there. Oh, here we go. Alexander Wenberg will be signing with Seattle once the market opens, according to Pierre LeBrun. So that is a big one right there. Wenberg going to Seattle. He will definitely get playing time in Seattle. Definitely be getting playing time there for sure. John Shannon. Shannon's a little late on the Vancouver Halak news. That was out like an hour ago. Yeah, Wenberg is on his way to Seattle. The Oilers don't have a real defense now, Daniel. That's the problem. Warren Fogel's a fine bottom 6 player, but the Oilers' defense is in absolute shambles at this point. Grace, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you stopping in and watching. Good to have you in the chat. Prosperous has heard rumors that Brandon Saad could come to Pittsburgh. I mean, Brandon Saad is definitely going to be one of the more interesting guys to watch in free agency because he's kind of that middle 6 winger that can give you 20-plus goals and isn't the star player that he was, when he was winning cups in Chicago, but at the same time, he's still a really solid middle 6 guy. So I think there's going to be a lot of teams in on Brandon Saad. I love the Ryan Ellis trade. I absolutely hate the Rasmus Ristolainen trade, Shane. Ellis is phenomenal, extremely underrated for most of his career, overshadowed by Yossi in Nashville, but a tremendous defenseman. Rasmus Ristolainen is not good. His defense is brutal, has been his entire time in Buffalo. Obviously, now he gets a chance to play somewhere other than Buffalo, which might help him out and will probably be a big opportunity for him. But Ristolainen needs to play a lot better in Philadelphia than he did in Buffalo, or else that trade is going to really come back to hurt. Because he was brutal for the Sabres. Dougie Hamilton to New Jersey. Wow, $8.5 million per year for Hamilton in New Jersey. Wow. So they are counting on him to be a big star for them. Evan Rodriguez stays in Pittsburgh. Evan Rodriguez stays in Pittsburgh, 1 year, $1 million. And Emily Kaplan says Ryan Suter's deal with Dallas will be 4 years at $3.65 million per season. So again, I don't mind the cap hit on Ryan Suter's deal at all. I do not like the 4-year deal for a 36-year-old defenseman. Whoa! Friedman with another bomb. Evgeny Dadonov traded from Ottawa to Vegas. Dadonov from Ottawa to Vegas. He just signed in Ottawa this past 2020 offseason, and he is now getting shipped to Vegas. Wow. Oh yeah, Hamilton is significantly better than Seth Jones, THG. That's not even debatable. Hamilton is significantly better than Seth Jones. So Hamilton making $1 million less per season, I guess, is a win for the Hurricanes, but it's more of what a big L Seth Jones' contract with Chicago is. Yes, Evan Rodriguez remains a Pittsburgh Penguin, a 1-year deal worth $1 million. John, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. We are rolling along here as we are 15 minutes away from the official start of free agency. And don't forget, guys, please drop a like and hit that thumbs up. Subscribe as well if you haven't. I cover the entire league and will be live all day till 4 p.m. covering all the moves today. And really appreciate you guys being here. But it helps the channel a lot if you drop a like on it. It gets more people in here, more people watching, and more people chatting with us about everything that's going on here today. Welcome in. Let's see. We're getting ready. We're less than 15 minutes away now from the official start. The official start of free agency. I'm going to try see if I can figure this ticker out. Carolina 3 by 1.8. All right, it's not blurring, so that's good. I just want to see if I can get it scrolling now without any... see if I can get it scrolling without any issues here. Scroll. Okay. All right, looks like I don't know. I just redid the ticker and now it's working. So, Vernon, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Let's see. Hyman, yeah, Hyman got a 7.5 7-year 5.5 deal. It's a $5.5 million deal. That because Hyman didn't end up being traded, so I don't think that can become official. Well, it's coming, so let's see. Here, I'm going to try and fit as many Edmonton 7 by 5.5. Yeah, no 8 years for Hyman. 7-year deal because he never got traded. Yes, Andrew, rumors are Hamilton's going to the Devils. We've been talking about that one. That's going to be a big deal. World Hockey Report does not like the Dadonov trade for Vegas. Says, you know what? Vegas needs more overpaid wingers. Elliot Friedman right here says that the Suter deal to Dallas is 4 by 3.65. All right, hang on. I'm gonna look over because some of the a lot of these can't become official yet until noontime. But let's see what we got here. Hyman 5.5 for 7 years with Edmonton. Brandon Sutter 1 year 1.125 million for Sutter with Vancouver. So Brandon Sutter remains a Canuck at 1 year 1.125. Tyson Barrie is staying in Edmonton on a 3-year deal that is worth 4.5. Evan Rodriguez with Pittsburgh on a 1-by-1 with the Penguins. Yeah, that was definitely interesting, Prosperous. But Carter did play well. But still, to protect him over Tanev McCann was definitely an interesting move. It would depend on the deal, THG, but I'm definitely not paying him $7.5 million a year. Not with that shoulder, no chance. I would not want that whole contract. Islanders, big fan. What's going on? Welcome. The only thing I've heard about the Islanders today is it looks like Kyle Palmieri will be returning to New York and be there on Long Island. So no deal announced yet, but it does look like Palmieri is going to remain an Islander. At least that's what the reports are saying right now. So Dadonov goes to Vegas for Nick Holden and a 3rd-round pick. Interesting. We'll see. Again, you know, Vegas is in a really weird situation. So, do I like the Edmonton Oilers offseason moves? No. Oh my God, they've had a tough offseason. Blake Coleman is headed to Calgary. About $5 million per year. Wow. Blake Coleman to Calgary. So Nick Holden and a 3rd-round pick that was originally Vancouver's in 2022 to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for Evgeny Dadonov and his $5 million cap hit. That is interesting. Dougie Hamilton gets a 7-year deal, $8.5 million. We'll see when that becomes official. Seattle is poked around on Casey Cizikas, but Nick Alberga doesn't think that he's going there. Interesting. Ticker is back, Red Rubber. We are about 5 minutes away now, about 5 minutes away from the start of free agency, guys, when deals will start flying in officially, even though we've already known or heard about quite a few of them. But deals will be flying in. Yeah, Tampa's losing a ton of depth, Ryan, because they can't afford it. They can't afford to have that many players that have priced themselves so high. So, we knew that this was going to happen with Tampa. They had to win cups the past couple of years because we knew that some of these guys were going to price themselves out of what Tampa Bay could pay. So, they won their 2 cups, and now the team is going to lose a good number of players here because of the salary cap. That's pretty much exactly what the salary cap was designed to do, was not allow super teams, or at least not allow super teams to stay that way for a long time. And eventually, because of the cap, guys would get moved around the league and other teams would then step up. And it just creates a lot of parity around the league because guys can't just all stay in one spot. They've got to move and make other teams better and stuff. Yeah, it looks like Wenberg is getting a big deal from Seattle, Jack. I was not expecting Wenberg to get that big of a contract, honestly. But we are almost there. Don't forget to please subscribe and hit that thumbs up if you haven't, guys. Helps out so much and is greatly appreciated. And really, really appreciate everybody watching and all the support. We are getting very close to the official start here. And Vegas is now down to just $2.5 million in cap space. They do have 20 roster players already, and they have Nolan Patrick and Coughlin as their RFAs remaining, but they only have $2.5 million in cap space. I'd imagine that they're not done. I'd imagine that Vegas is not done. Tucker Pullman's going to the Canucks. Very interesting. Depth move there. Very interesting depth move there. I mean, Pullman's like a number 7 anyway, but... Hey, Robert, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. So, I don't think I'm going to be able to fit much as far as... Hang on. 1.1. I don't think I'm going to be able to fit much as far as more signings up here. Zach, there's a lot of Zachs, Islanders, big fan. Are you talking about Zach Parise? His name's been mentioned with the Islanders, but nothing is nothing's officially signed yet. Hey, Daniel, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. So, yeah, I'm out of space already on this ticker. That is so annoying. I don't know why there's such a character limit. Like, it's not even that many characters. It's literally like 2 lines of text. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. See if this... Hang on, I just did something that might be able to... I don't know. Nope, Doesn't get rid of the character limit. That sucks. Yeah, we are almost there. The countdown can begin. 1 minute until things officially open up here. Let's go. 1 minute. I'm just going to have to start replacing old, or kicking off old signings and putting new ones on. So let me redo the ticker here in a different order. Let me see what we've got here from Cap Friendly. From Cap Friendly. That's official. Anyway, here we go! Let the free agency begin! It is officially noontime Eastern. Free agency has started. We are here, ready to go, and we'll see what happens. I'll be live through 4 p.m. Eastern, covering all the moves, and we'll see what happens. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. It helps out an absolute ton and is greatly appreciated. And we've got a bunch of moves already coming in, already expected that we've heard about, but now they can officially be signed. I'm just going to take a minute here. I'm going to try and get this ticker set up in a... Zach Hyman. Maybe if I don't... I can fit more if I don't do, like, the term and stuff on the contract. So, Brandon Sutter stays in Vancouver. Whoops. Tyson Barrie, Edmonton. Ryan Suter is going to Dallas. Jordan Martinook stays in Carolina. Evan Rodriguez stays in Pittsburgh. Oh, no, damn. I wanted to do this in the different order so that the older ones go off first. So Blake Coleman to Calgary. Evan Rodriguez, Pittsburgh. Jordan Martinook stays in Carolina. Antti Raanta. Carolina. Ryan Suter going to Dallas. Tyson Barrie to Edmonton. Zach Hyman to Edmonton. And I'm out of room. Okay. Brandon Sutter's not a big deal, so we'll just leave that. All right. Interesting prospects. Brian Elliott to Tampa Bay. I think that makes a lot of sense, Red Rubber. I think that makes a lot of sense. Alex, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Brian Elliott's going to Tampa. That makes a lot of sense. They needed to upgrade their backup goaltending. Definitely an upgrade over Curtis McElhaney. Luke Glendening, 2-year deal with the Dallas Stars. So it looks like Luke Glendening is going to Dallas. And Brian Elliott is going... Brian Elliott's going to Tampa Bay. Frederik Andersen's going to Carolina. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, there's a lot going on here. There is a lot going on here. Let's see what Cap Friendly has officially uploaded. They got Wenberg's contract in, Anderson's contract in. All right, let's get those loaded in. Alex Wenberg goes to Seattle. And Frederick Anderson to Carolina. Those are officially loaded in. Luke Glendening, 2-year deal with the Dallas Stars. That's a pretty good bottom 6, 4th line pickup there for Dallas. 1.5 mil isn't a bad AAV. Can't really complain about that. What else do we have? So Luke Glendening to Dallas. And what do we have? Brian Elliott to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Nick Bonino to San Jose. That was expected. Sean Kuraly is heading to Columbus. Wow, he's a very Columbus-type player, actually, so I guess that's a decent fit for him. I would not have given him a 4-year deal, though. He had a rough year last year, and he doesn't bring a whole lot offensively. But, yeah, I don't know. There's been some really, really interesting moves here. But Dallas gets Luke Glendening on a 2-year deal. Oh yeah, Patrick Nemeth is officially signed with the Rangers now. That's a depth D move, bottom pair move there for the Rangers. Kuraly's offense is horrendous, NFL Nation. Did you not watch him last season? Did he even have 10 points last year? Because it felt like he didn't. I was definitely more than done with him in Boston, that's for sure. What did Kuraly do last season? It wasn't much. He had 9 points in 47 games last year and was minus 10. Yeah, no, that's brutal. He had a brutal season last year. I was ready to move on from him easily. Granlund is staying in Nashville. Wow. So Granlund stays in Nashville. So Wenberg goes to Seattle. Granlund stays in Nashville for the Swedes. Charlie that was interested in the Swedes. Martin Jones to Philadelphia. And it looks like Alex Goligoski might be headed to the Minnesota Wild after losing Carson Soucy in the expansion draft. Minnesota definitely needed a defenseman. So Goligoski could be going to Minnesota. Tucker Pullman is not worth $2.5 million per season. Goligoski gets a 1-year, $5 million deal with Minnesota. Tucker Pullman is not worth a 4-year deal at $2.5 million. Tucker Pullman is a 7th defenseman. This has been a wild offseason as far as ridiculous contracts being handed out. David Savard to Montreal as expected. Patrick Nemeth to New York. We heard about that days ago. Now they can officially do it. But David Savard to Montreal as expected. 4x4. That's not bad. That's not bad. Cogliano is also going with Bonino to San Jose. Twisted Wrister, Nick from Twisted Wrister Hockey was talking about that earlier. So that is official now. Cogliano leaving Dallas. And Cogliano, you know, kind of a depth forward at this point, veteran depth forward, leaving is probably a big reason why Dallas went out and got Luke Glendening, because they needed a veteran bottom six guy to play, you know, on that fourth line. Let's see. Hamonic is staying in Vancouver. I mean, he only wants to play out in Western Canada, so his options were limited. Forbert is the guy that I wanted on the bottom pair. As soon as Boston re-signed Riley, you knew that Riley was going to play with Carlo on the second pair. They needed a bottom pair left shot. Derek Forbert is a great bottom pair left shot. I absolutely love that for the Bruins. Granlund back in Nashville. A big deal for Granlund back in Nashville. $5 million per. 4-year deal, $5 million per. Wow. 3-year deal for Derek Forbert for the Bruins. I love Derek Forbert. Third bottom, very solid, big bottom pair defenseman. Exactly what Boston needed after re-signing Mike Riley. So the left side now will be Grzelcyk, Riley, Forbert, and that to me is very solid. You've got some young guys behind him that can fill in the case of an injury, but at least for their starting lineup, Grzelcyk, Riley, Forbert, I love it. Goligoski's 1-year deal here with Minnesota. They needed a defenseman. Martin Jones is coming off a terrible, terrible season in San Jose, but we'll see if he can bounce back at all. Yeah, Derek Forbert is definitely a Bruins-style player. He's high effort, you know, lays it all out on the line for his team. Big-time shot blocker. I've always liked Derek Forbert. I mean, he's not flashy, he's nothing special, but he's a really solid bottom pair guy. So now you've got Grzelcyk, McAvoy as the top pair, Riley, Carlo as your second pair. Now you have Forbert and Clifton, I guess, on the right side on the bottom pair. I still think they might add one more depth kind of defenseman, but we'll see. I think the big thing now for Boston is that they need to get a goaltender. They've got to get a goaltender. I'm hoping for Linus Ullmark from Buffalo, but obviously it hasn't happened yet. Yeah, John Shannon's got the goaltending going on here. Mrazek goes to Toronto, Elliott goes to Tampa Bay, Jones goes to Philadelphia, Halak goes to Vancouver, and Anderson goes to Carolina. So quite the goaltending carousel going on here. Forbert's not in the top 4, NFL Nation. The top 4 is already set. It's I literally just went over it. It's Grzelcyk, McAvoy, Carlo, and Riley are your top 4. Forbert will play the bottom pair left side, and then it will be Clifton or whoever they get put on the right side on the bottom pair will be the Bruins' top 6. Yeah, Joel Edmondson had an awesome year last year, prosperous. Holtby is headed to Dallas. Holtby is headed to Dallas. So the deals are flying in here. Halak officially goes to Vancouver on a one-year deal. Granlund is staying in Nashville. Let me update here. Goes to Vancouver. Whoops. Mikael Granlund stays. Whoop. Derek Forbort officially to Boston. So, bottom pair D-man, left shot, bottom pair D-man figured out for the Bruins. Oh, nope. David Savard's contract with Montreal is 4 years, $3.5 million per. So that's an even better deal there for the Canadiens. I like that deal a lot. I like that deal a lot for Montreal. Savard at 4 years, $3.5 million is not a bad cap hit at all. Yeah, Parise is going back to New Jersey, it looks like. No, the reports now are saying that Zach Parise is going back to New Jersey. David Savard to Montreal makes a ton of sense. They needed a shutdown defenseman with the Shea Weber news that Weber was not going to be playing maybe ever again. Yeah, there's interesting reports about Zach Parise right now. Bogosian is headed back to Tampa. Wow. Zach Bogosian back to Tampa Bay. Holtby to Dallas on a one-year deal. Holtby to Dallas, whoops, on a one-year deal. Let's see. Oh, I never put Peter Mrazek to Toronto on here. Zach Bogosian goes back to the Lightning where he won a cup in 2020. Boone Jenner extends with Columbus, which is not surprising. What is going on? What is going on with Zach Parise here? We've got some guys reporting he's going to the Islanders. We have other guys reporting that he's going back to New Jersey. Interesting. So the big one right now, Savard goes to the Habs at $3.5 million per year. That is not a bad cap hit at all. That is not a bad cap hit at all. Hey, Mikhail, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. I did a video yesterday on the Fleury trade, so if you want my thoughts on that, just watch the video I did yesterday about it. I answered all the questions in the video. Yeah. Zach Bogosian returns to Tampa Bay. Obviously, he'll be a depth defenseman there in Tampa, but they lost Luke Schenn. So with Schenn leaving, Bogosian's going to come back in and fill that role that Luke Schenn played this season. Schenn apparently is going to Vancouver, although I don't think that it's official yet. All right, Alex Goligoski to Minnesota. That's one that I haven't thrown on the ticker yet. Alex Goligoski. One-year deal with the Minnesota Wild. And not surprising that Minnesota's adding a defenseman after losing Suter to buyout and Carson Soucy in the expansion draft. As long as the Tampa Bay Lightning have Nikita Kucherov, Braden Point, Victor Hedman, and Andrei Vasilevsky, they're gonna be fine. Matthew, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. They definitely don't have the depth anymore that they did these past couple years, but they still have Point. They still have Kucherov. They still have Stamkos. They still have Cirelli. They still have McDonough. They still have Hedman. They still have the best goalie in the league in Andrei Vasilevsky. So they're still an absolutely loaded team. They're very top-heavy now. They don't have the same level of depth, though, that they did these past couple years, but they're still an extremely talented team. They're going to be good. Are they going to be as good? No, but are they going to be good? Yes. Let's see. Yeah, goalies are coming off the board quickly, and the Capitals need a goaltender. The Capitals need a goalie. The Bruins need a goalie. Holtby's off the board now, going to Dallas. Andrew Cogliano, a 1x1. Dominic Simone back to the Pittsburgh Penguins on a two-way contract. So Simone back to the Pens on a two-way contract, which means they can put him in the minors if need be. Patrick Laine has accepted his qualifying offer from Columbus, so he'll be with the Blue Jackets for another year. Brian Elliott, obviously, to Tampa Bay. Bogosian to Tampa Bay. Holtby, yeah, we knew that. Yeah, I agree. This is an absolute steal. For literally, the Canucks paid Tucker Pullman $2.5 million per season. The Habs get David Savard for $3.5 million per season. Obviously, massive difference in player there, without a doubt. Travis Hamonic staying in Vancouver. Obviously, that was expected. Let's see. Tony D'Angelo is expecting to finalize a 1-year contract with... Oh, that was from 4 hours ago. Carolina. That is interesting. Carolina definitely taking a chance there. Big chance there for the Hurricanes. Yes, Prosperous. He was with the Flames. Is Chicago a playoff team? No, Chicago is not a playoff team. That's cool, Matthew. Congratulations. Yeah, not surprising there. So Bishop is still not ready to play, Jack. Then Bishop may never play again. I mean, this is like 2 straight years now where Bishop's been on LTIR. So, if he's not going to play, then at what point is Ben Bishop done? Because he did not play a single game last season. He missed the end of the 2020 season. And now he's going to start 2021-22 on LTIR. Like, at what point is Bishop just officially done? Laurent Brossoit, the backup from Winnipeg, now goes to Vegas and will be, I guess, the backup for Robin Lehner in Vegas. Wow. Interesting. So, Laurent Brossoit looks like he's going to be backing up Robin Lehner. That's an interesting move there for Vegas. I've never been a huge Brossoit guy, but we'll see how he does. There's a lot going on right now. New deals are flying right now as we try and figure out where all these guys are going. There is nothing like free agency day. God, I'm gonna have to go back and look at some of the biggest, some of the best deals tomorrow. I'll probably do a video on that. Seattle has signed Alex Wennberg to a 3-year deal at $4.5 million per, I believe it was. Let's see, yeah, 3-year deal, $4.5 million per season for Alex Wennberg, going to the Kraken, and that is the only official Kraken deal that I've seen so far. Oh, Braden Holtby to Dallas, I got to put on the ticker. Goaltenders are coming off the board very, very quickly. And Boston still has done nothing in the goaltender department. So that's starting to make me wonder if they're going to try and go the trade route for goaltending rather than free agency. We will see. BB4, what's going on? Yes, Savard got signed by Montreal to a very, very good contract. Definitely one of the bigger steals of free agency so far. Just $3.5 million per season for Savard in Montreal. That is a very team-friendly contract for the Canadiens. Oh, yeah, Jaden Schwartz is expected to go to Seattle as well. That just hasn't been officially reported yet, but it hasn't been officially signed yet. But everyone's reporting that Jaden Schwartz is going to Seattle. THG, the Islanders' bigger thing than trying to get new people is signing their own RFAs. Pelech, Beauvillier, and Sorokin need contracts. Casey Cizikas is a UFA, and you know if they're going to re-sign him, they need to get that done. The Islanders have got to worry about keeping their own guys more so than going out and trying to get additions. That's not a thing, Map Man. That's never happened. That's not a thing. Teams all have multiple goaltenders. You can't have no goalies or one goalie. You've got to have multiple goaltenders on the roster. All right, let's see. Refresh. CC signs with the Oilers a 4-year deal worth $3.25 million. Oh my God! What are the Oilers doing on their back end? Michael Bunting does go to Toronto. That was expected. Oh my! What is going on? Oh my God. What is even happening right now? Cody Ceci to Edmonton on a 4-year deal. I mean, he had a decent year in Pittsburgh this year, but I mean, over $3 million a year. He's almost getting paid as much as David Savard. And David Savard is far superior to Cody Ceci. Oh my God. Cody Ceci, that is nuts. $3.25 million per season for Ceci in Edmonton, while Montreal went out and got David Savard at $3.5 million per season. This offseason has been absolutely bonkers. This offseason has been absolutely bonkers so far. Like, what are these teams thinking right now? This is wild. James Reimer to San Jose. Cedric Paquette to Montreal. 1-year deal for Paquette in Montreal. Oh boy. Alright, so Cedric. That's a decent 4th-line pickup for the Canadians there. James Reimer goes to San Jose. So San Jose loses Martin Jones, and they bring in James Reimer. That's replacing mediocrity with mediocrity right there. Honestly, Bruce, I mean, Edmonton's D is worse than Toronto's at this point. Edmonton's D is worse than Toronto's at this point. The Sharks are a full-on rebuild team now, Steven. The Sharks are a full-on rebuild team. They've got to wait for some of those really bad contracts to expire, but they're going into full rebuild mode in San Jose. They're not going to be competitive for a while. No, because people have been talking about Eichel for months now, and no deal's ever been made. So I'm not really paying attention to anything Jack Eichel until a deal is actually made. Yeah, Dougie Hamilton is 7 years, $8.5 million per with the New Jersey Devils. That's at least what everyone's saying. All the insiders are saying. Nick Kypreos was the first to report that. Keith Yandle's a Flyer. That was talked about. That was talked about a few days ago. Let's see. Montreal's still got $6 million in cap space to work with. They've got a bunch of RFAs, though. They've got a lot of RFAs. I still can't believe the CC deal. Oh my god. Ryan Getzlaf is staying in Anaheim. So after all the talk about Getzlaf this offseason, Ryan Getzlaf is just staying in Anaheim. Hey, Bradley, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you being here. Luke, what's going on? Welcome into the stream. Thank you for watching. Really, really appreciate it. What a crazy day. Yeah, there's been nothing about Phillip Danault. Like, he hasn't even been mentioned today. And he's one of the bigger centers available on the market. So I am a little surprised by that. Nothing about Phillip Danault. Oh, here we go. Darren Drager, here's an update on the Dougie Hamilton situation in New Jersey. Sounds like it's definitely going to get done, but more work that needs to get finalized. So I assume that's probably contract clauses, like no trade or no movement clause, whatever, that kind of stuff. But it seems like him going to New Jersey, but they're not ready to announce it yet. Interesting, but unless something drastic happens, it does look like Hamilton's going to New Jersey. That's a huge get for the New Jersey Devils. Nothing on Nick Ritchie, NFL, no. Nothing on Nick Ritchie. All right, I'm going to check this. See who's officially signed. Oh, Keith Yandle and Patrick Nemeth. Have officially signed, so Nemeth goes to the Rangers. Good, decent bottom pair depth guy there. And Keith Yandle goes to Philadelphia, as was reported a couple days ago. And why did the ticker text all just disappear? This ticker's like having problems today. Annoying. I don't know what was up with that, but Yes, Ryan Suter got a 4-year deal from Dallas. That was one of the first deals. Dougie Hamilton is significantly better than Seth Jones. The fact that Dougie Hamilton is getting paid less than Seth Jones, the fact that Cale Makar is getting paid less than Seth Jones just shows what an absolute joke that Seth Jones contract is, and that trade was in general. Seth Jones has been awful for 2 seasons now. Dougie Hamilton is miles ahead of Seth Jones. Peter Mrazek, Toronto is official. 3-year deal, $3.8 million per season for Mrazek in Toronto. So they replace Frederik Andersen with Peter Mrazek, and Frederik Andersen replaces Peter Mrazek in Carolina. So they swap goaltenders there. I see Ryan Suter's deal. I have no problem with a 3.65 cap hit, but the 4 years for Suter, that's gonna spell trouble, I think, at the end. At least the final season, if not the final 2. I would have loved Ryan Suter on a 2-year deal, but definitely not a 4-year deal. Ryan Getzlaf remains a Duck. That's good. Good for Anaheim, leadership guy. Yeah, I Prosperous. I cannot believe that CC got a deal that big either. People are throwing. People are throwing money around right now. Yeah, I agree, Luke. I would have loved Suter on a 2-year deal, but a 4-year deal, no thank you. That's too long for somebody who's already 30, what's Suter now? 36, so no thanks. That'd be a no thanks from me, but that'd be a no thanks from me, for sure. All right, so Getzlaf's another veteran forward that teams were looking at possibly as a 3rd liner or 4th line guy. Veteran presence, locker room guy. He is now not available, so he is staying in Anaheim. And he hit the open market. He took a look around and he said, "Yeah, I'll just stay right here in Anaheim." Let's see, Jared Tenorti, another depth D-man going to the New York Rangers. So he'll be a number 7 or 8 guy. Nemeth will probably play a regular shift on the bottom pair. Tenorti will definitely be like a 7 or 8 guy in New York. Oh, yeah, Suter's still a very, very solid top 4 guy, Luke. Good shutdown defenseman. Just, I don't think he's going to be 4 years from now. I don't think he's still going to be 4 years from now. I think that contract at the end might be a little tough, but they're going to get, I think, at least two real solid season, or not more, but 2 real solid seasons out of Suter in Dallas, and then we'll see how the final 2 go. But I mean, Dallas has got a pretty good top portion of their D. Obviously, they lost Oleksiak to Seattle, so they lost Oleksiak to Seattle in the expansion draft. So, but they re-signed Heiskanen. They've got John Klingberg. Now they add Ryan Suter into the mix. We'll see if Dallas rebounds next year. Chris, Vegas wouldn't be signing Eichel. They'd be trading for Eichel. Eichel is still under contract with the Buffalo Sabres. The only way to get him is to trade for him, and Buffalo's asking price is extremely high. That's a good question, Mario. I don't know if it was I don't think it was a salary cap thing. I'm not exactly sure what the Rangers' big motivation was in getting rid of Buchnevich, but he just got paid by the St. Louis Blues. So he's making almost $6 million a year now with St. Louis. So yeah, I don't know I don't know why the Rangers were so eager to get rid of him, but maybe they just thought that he wasn't worth his asking price, and they figured they could get something for him now. Andreas Borgman, that's a two-way contract. That doesn't really matter. Cedric Paquette goes to the Montreal Canadiens. That was an earlier move. Hey, Paolo, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Summer's been pretty good. How are you? Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's gonna be quite a return for Jack Eichel if Buffalo does trade him. If not, they'll probably just hold on to him, see if the market changes. But let's see something. How does this... Hey, nice, Paolo. Nice. Glad to hear it. Glad things are getting better up there. That's awesome. So, it's hard to believe we're only 47 minutes into actual free agency. Everything came out like right away. And now we've hit a little bit of a lull because a lot of the names have been taken off the board. A lot of the names have been taken off the board. Oh, Vinny Hinostroza will not be returning to Chicago. So, Hinostroza will not be returning to the Chicago Blackhawks. That means that he will be looking for a new home here. Vinny Hinostroza will be looking for a new home. Flyers have signed goaltender Martin Jones and defenseman Keith Yandle, Paolo. They've signed Keith Yandle and Martin Jones. All right, Chris Weidman signs with Montreal. That's really been the only new one come in. That's obviously a minor signing. He's a depth defenseman, 31 years old now. So that doesn't change a whole lot. Yeah, I mean, Luke, Makar definitely took less money than what he could have gotten, but obviously he wanted to stay in Colorado and was willing to take $9 million a year. And I think he easily was worth 10, and maybe even more than that, but he decided to take 9 and stay in Colorado. Elliott signed with the Tampa Bay Lightning, Paolo. Elliott is gone to back up Andrei Vasilevsky in Tampa Bay. Yes, Luke. That's an understatement, Luke. Vegas has signed Laurent Brossoit as their backup goaltender coming from Winnipeg. So, obviously, Leonard is the starter and Brossoit is the backup. Dude, Durham, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat. Jonathan Bernier headed to the Devils as expected. That was reported yesterday. Isaac, what's going on? Says Minnesota, Colorado, and Boston are all hot after Nick Foligno. For the right price, I would love Nick Foligno in Boston. Third line guy, great in the locker room, physical, very good defensively. I would not mind Foligno at all on the Bruins' third line. 2 years, $4 million for Jonathan Bernier in New Jersey. So that is that was expected, but now becomes official. Let me go back to Twitter here and refresh. See if anything news come out. Oh, wow. Big money for Bernier. Wow, $4.1 million per season for Bernier. I mean, he played well on a really bad team in Detroit, but wow. That's a big contract for Jonathan Bernier, but he and Mackenzie Blackwood, I think, are going to make a pretty good tandem down there with the Devils. That's for sure. I'm a big fan of both of them, so. What's going on, Shane? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Yes, Vegas. Well, Vegas didn't have much cap space to begin with, and they used the money they got from dumping Fleury to re-sign Alec Martinez. So that was the big move for Vegas, was re-signing Martinez. No, Jonathan Bernier is a much better goaltender than Yaroslav Halak at this point. Like, way, way, way better than Halak at this point. Bernier is coming off some phenomenal individual seasons in Detroit on a terrible team where he absolutely stood on his head. I wanted Bernier in Boston, honestly, for this season, because if you put a good team in front of Jonathan Bernier, he will give you a 920 to 925 save percentage. I mean, he had a 914 last year with the frickin' Red Wings in front of him. And Detroit was one of the worst defensive teams in the league. 8.5, Luke. At least that's what's been reported. That deal's not official yet. But the reported amount is $8.5 million per season. I mean, Jonathan Bernier is 32 years old, THG. He's a long-time NHL goaltender, just like Halak, and he's a better goalie than Halak. So, Bernier, to me, is a much better option. Yeah, Corrali got a huge deal, Jason, from Columbus. Corrali got a huge 4-year deal from Columbus, so he is going back home. Oh, absolutely prosperous. I am super high on Mackenzie Blackwood. I think him and Bernier are going to be a fantastic duo. Fantastic duo. He is not Shane. Corrali had a really bad year last year. He only had 9 points last season. Really tough year for Corrali. I mean, he's a good fourth liner. When last year, set that aside, it was a bad year. He's a good fourth liner, but not worth the contract that Columbus gave him. I don't know. Looking at all these deals right now, I'm trying to think of like which ones I like a lot and which ones I don't. I'll tell you, I think that David Savard's deal with Montreal. I think David Savard's deal with Montreal is one of my favorite ones so far. 3.5 million for David Savard, when with the amount of money that some of these other guys are getting, that's a steal of a contract in my opinion. So that's, I think, been my favorite deal so far. My biggest value deal so far was David Savard with the Canadiens. The fact that Tucker Poolman got $2.5 million and David Savard only gets $3.5 million, when the difference there is astounding. That's a good deal for Savard, for Montreal, team-wise. Nothing with Parise is official, Avatar. Nothing is official. Blues have been fairly quiet, Devin. They've been fairly quiet, but obviously a lot of what the Blues do depends on if they trade Tarasenko or not, and obviously that hasn't happened. So we'll see what happens. As long as Tarasenko is still a Blue, they don't have the ability to do much, money-wise. If Tarasenko may not be traded, Shane, just because he asked for a trade doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to get one. We'll have to wait and see. If the right deal's not out there, St. Louis isn't just going to give him away. Maple Leafs, Freddie Anderson is no longer the Maple Leafs goaltender. They replaced him with Peter Mrazek. And they signed Michael Bunting, which is kind of a depth fourth line kind of move. Other than that, not much has happened with the Leafs. Zach Bogosian left. He re-signed with Tampa Bay, so he's going back down to Florida, or down to Tampa, rather than stay with the Leafs. So minor moves for the Leafs, but nothing too major, other than obviously Frederik Andersen leaving and Mrazek coming in to replace him. See, pull up TSN here and see if they have anything listed under signings that Cap Friendly doesn't. Chris Weidman, 1-year deal with Montreal. Jonathan Bernier, 2-year deal with New Jersey. Ryan Getzlaf, 1-year deal with Anaheim. Sean Corrali, 4-year deal with Columbus. Keith Yandel, 1-year deal with Philadelphia. Brian Elliott, 1-year deal with Tampa Bay. Peter Mrazek, 3-year deal with Toronto. Yaroslav Halak, 1-year deal with Vancouver. Andrew Cogliano, 1-year deal with San Jose. Alec Martinez, 3-year deal with Vegas. Luke Glendening, 2-year deal with Dallas. Jared Tenorti, 2-year deal with the Rangers. James Reimer, 2-year deal with San Jose. Patrick Nemeth, 3-year deal with the Rangers. Michael Bunting, 2-year deal with Toronto. Cody Ceci, 4-year deal with Edmonton. Laurent Brossoit, 2-year deal with Vegas. Cedric Paquette, 1-year deal with Montreal. Derek Forbort, 3-year deal with Boston. Eric Robinson, 2-year deal with Columbus. That's a re-signing. Braden Holtby, 1-year deal with Dallas. Zach Bogosian, 3-year deal with Tampa Bay. David Savard, 4-year deal with Montreal. Boone Jenner re-signs an extension with Columbus, 4 years. Mikael Granlund, 4-year deal with Nashville. Martin Jones, 1-year deal with Philadelphia. Travis Hamonic, 2-year deal with Vancouver. Alex Goligoski, 1-year deal with Minnesota. Frederik Andersen, 2-year deal with Carolina. Blake Coleman, 6-year deal with Calgary. Ryan Suter, 4-year deal with Dallas. Evan Rodriguez, 1-year deal with Pittsburgh. Brandon Sutter, 1-year deal with Vancouver. Jordan Martinook, 3-year deal with Carolina. And Tyson Barrie, 3-year deal with Edmonton. Also, Zach Hyman's going to Edmonton, but that's not officially done yet. But Zach Hyman going to Edmonton as well. There's been a lot. It's been a busy day. There's no doubt about it. There's been a lot happening here. This has felt like a true opening of free agency. There is no doubt about that. A lot going on right now. Let's see. Laine officially re-signed his qualifying offer, 1 year, $7.5 million from Columbus. Now, obviously, Columbus could still trade him, and that's definitely a possibility if the right offer comes along. But Laine, right now, is still a Blue Jacket and will be for this coming season unless Columbus gets a deal done. But that remains to be seen. We'll have to see if anyone else, puts in a big enough offer for Columbus to bite on that. Yeah, Campbell played well for Toronto as well, Paolo. So it's going to be a Mrazek-Campbell tandem with the Maple Leafs. Grubauer is still out there. That is correct, Steven. Philip Grubauer is still out there. Linus Ullmark is still out there. Those are the two biggest goaltenders still available. Ullmark and Grubauer are still out there. The reports have been that Grubauer and the Avalanche are still talking and trying to get a deal done, but it hasn't happened yet. So we'll have to see how that goes. What's going on, Vaughn? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Great to have you on stream. So, yeah, Grubauer is out there. Ullmark is out there. He and Buffalo haven't been able to agree on anything yet anyway. Again, we'll have to see. Nick Foligno is still out there. Not seeing anything really new coming in yet. We'll see. There's been a lot of moves today, though. There is no doubt about that. There's been a lot of moves. It's been a real free agency this year for sure. Grubauer is a UFA, THG, so he is open to sign anywhere he pleases, and he and Colorado have not been able to come to an agreement as of yet. We're still waiting on the Dougie Hamilton contract with New Jersey to be official. That one is not yet official, but we'll wait and see. Apparently they were still hammering out some of the finer details of that. Very likely that they pretty much split, Paolo. That very much seems like a complete one, maybe not exactly 50-50, but very close to a 50-50 split between those two. That will be a true tandem for sure. Well, Shane, let's see. Colorado, they just signed Cale Makar to $9 million per season. They only have $12 million in cap space to work with, and they only have 16 players on their roster. So, Colorado doesn't have a lot of cap space left. So, they need to use that $12 million in remaining cap space to fill out their roster with at least 5 or 6 more players. So they can't just go, hand Grubauer $6 or $7 million a year without really determining what they're going to do with their remaining $12 million in cap space. Colorado is definitely spending to the cap at this point. After re-signing Landeskog at $7 million per year and re-signing Makar at $9 million per year, that took a big chunk of what they had for cap space. Another name that we haven't really heard anything about today, or not much about, is Brandon Saad as far as where he might go. He's one of the most interesting players on the UFA market this offseason because he's such a really solid middle six goal scorer, and there hasn't been a lot of talk about him this offseason. So I am really interested in seeing where Brandon Saad might end up. I would imagine there's going to be quite a bit of interest in him. Yes, Paolo, yes. That is probably next on the agenda. So as you can see here, Ryan Getzlaf is staying in Anaheim. He was a guy that was talked about a lot heading into free agency, but he just ends up signing back with the Anaheim Ducks, and he's played his entire career there. One of the all-time great Anaheim Ducks for sure. So nice to see him remain there. Obviously, they're going through a rebuild at this point, but still good to keep a guy like that around in the locker room. Let's see, we're a little over 2 hours into our coverage. I'll be live for about another 3 hours, just under another 3 hours, as more and more stuff happens. I'll be live until 4 p.m. Eastern. And then tomorrow there should be some recap videos coming out. I mean, Shane, it's not a bad cap situation. They spent their money. When you have Nathan MacKinnon and Mikko Rantanen and Cale Makar and Gabe Landeskog, and when you have superstar players like that, you're not going to have a lot of cap space. No team with players like that has any cap space to work with. So it doesn't really suck for the Avalanche. They have one of the best rosters in the entire NHL, but they've got to be smart with how they spend their money, and they're not just going to be able to throw Grubauer a huge contract. Also, Grubauer is very much a product of the system. Like Grubauer was a Vezina finalist last year because the Colorado Avalanche were so good. Like Grubauer himself is not an elite NHL goaltender, but he has an elite team in front of him, which makes him, his numbers in him look significantly better. So I don't think they're not going to just rush out and overpay Grubauer. Someone else probably will. What's going on, Josh? Welcome in. Do the Stars do anything more today? Stars have been very active today. I don't know if they do anything more, but there could be another forward signing there for Dallas. That's definitely a possibility. I think with Suter joining the back end, I think that's probably their big move as far as defense goes. But they obviously added Braden Holtby in. They added Luke Glendening. That could be, that's a solid depth move. I could see maybe one more depth forward going there, but they could be done. They've made some pretty major moves already. Yeah, we'll see, Prosperous. I think there's going to be a lot of teams in on Brandon Saad. I'm really a little surprised that we haven't heard much about him today. Here's a new one. Nate Thompson goes back to Philadelphia on a one-year deal, and Andreas Athanasiou officially is staying in LA, and the Tampa Bay Lightning are closing in on an 8-year contract extension with Braden Point. So that is huge for Tampa Bay. They need to keep Braden Point around. He is their best center at this point, without a doubt. But Nate Thompson goes to Philadelphia, where he was there for the end of 2020. And then also Andreas Athanasiou goes back to LA officially, even though that was reported earlier. He stays in LA now. Dadonov is already in his 30s, Chris, so if I am Buffalo, I am not taking Dadonov. I have absolutely no use for a second-line winger who's in already, 32 or 33 years old. I wouldn't want Dadonov if I'm Buffalo. I have no use for him. I'm looking for first-round draft picks and young prospects or young players. I have no use for somebody in their early 30s. Yeah, Vaughn, somebody's going to get traded out of Dallas because they now have Bishop. They now have Bishop, Hudobin, Ottinger, and Holtby. So they have 4 goalies now. They really don't need 4 goalies. So I would imagine that somebody is getting traded there. All right, Paolo, thanks for stopping in. Really, really, really appreciate it. Great to see you in the chat. Appreciate you stopping by. I mean, most of the people that we're going to sign, Prosperous, are off the board. There's not a lot of big names left to sign. There's not a lot left to sign. Grubauer's the biggest goaltender. Grubauer and Ullmark. Grubauer and Ullmark are the biggest goalies left. Pretty much everybody else is signed. And Brandon Saad, forward-wise, Brandon Saad, probably one of the bigger forwards remaining, but there's not a lot left out there. Most of Nick Foligno is another pretty big name left out there, but a lot of the deals are done. A lot of the big deals are done. Roscoe, I don't know what alternate universe you think you're winning in, but the Tampa Bay Lightning are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. So, Yeah, that Tenorti deal got reported like half an hour, 40 minutes ago. Tenorti to the Rangers, along with Patrick Nemeth to the Rangers. Yeah, Jonathan Bernier is much better than a lot of people realize because he's played in Detroit for the last few years, but individually he is very, very good, and he put up some very good numbers in Detroit, and I am excited to see him on a different team with a better team in front of him, and I think New Jersey is going to be a better team this season. Yeah, Penguins haven't done anything. Islanders haven't done anything. Capitals haven't done anything. Metro Division in general has been fairly quiet. We haven't seen a lot going on there. There's a lot of teams not doing much. Philip Deneau is the other one still available, yeah. But really, there's 4 or 5 big names left, and everyone else is signed. I mean, Deneau, Saad, and Foligno are your big forwards who haven't signed yet. And Ullmark and Grubauer are your big goaltenders that haven't signed yet. All of the major defensemen have pretty much signed. So there's not a lot left out there at this point. It was a mad rush for like the first 40 minutes or so. And that was pretty much it. Yeah, Parise's a big name, but Parise's not a big player at this point. He's a third liner at this point. But we'll see where he ends up. Obviously, there was a lot of talk about him going to the Islanders, and there was talk about him going to New Jersey. It seems like that whole New Jersey thing has died down, but I haven't heard Parise's name at all in like the last 40 minutes. So no idea what's going on with that. We'll have to wait and see. It's been an interesting day, though. There's no question about it. It's been an interesting day. Just kind of waiting on, see. Oh, boy. Chicago makes their brutal contract official. This is absolutely insane. Seth Jones gets an 8-year contract extension at $9.5 million. More than Cale Makar, more than Dougie Hamilton. Oh my God, this is so brutal for the Chicago Blackhawks. This guy for three straight seasons has declined some more, and then declined some more. And they're acting like he's the savior of the Chicago Blackhawks. It is unbelievable. I have no idea what Bowman is doing, but that is rough. I mean, honestly, Steven, at least Cody Cece's isn't that big of a cap. I mean, it's a big cap hit for him, but it's not like it's only $3.25 million, so it's not like it's going to break the bank cap-wise. Seth Jones you're literally paying almost an eighth of your salary cap on Seth Jones. That is definitely the most laughable contract. That is definitely the most laughable contract, is that you're paying Seth Jones $9.5 million. I mean, this... That's just a joke. I don't know how else to put it. That's just a joke. Let's see. Here we go. Frederick Gaudreau goes to the Minnesota Wild. Wow. Freddie Gaudreau going to Minnesota. He had a pretty solid season in Pittsburgh last year. See if any of the insiders have that. Yep, Freddie Gaudreau to Minnesota. I liked watching him in Pittsburgh last season. I think he had a really solid year. That's a nice like third line pickup for the Wild. And they needed it after losing Bonino. They needed it. So Freddie Gaudreau goes to the Minnesota Wild. And again, let me see what the deal. It's a 2-year deal at $1.2 million. Very, very solid contract there for Bill Guerin in the Wild. I like that one a lot. He can play third or fourth line, and he's coming off a pretty good year. Mean Girl Hockey, what is going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Shane, Seth Jones had one 57-point season, and he's been absolutely awful since. He's fallen off a cliff since that year, and that was 4 years ago now. So, absolutely horrendous contract for the Chicago Blackhawks. One of the worst contracts in the league, absolutely laughable. Chicago thinking that they're going to make the playoffs is hilarious to me. They think Fleury might not even play for them. Fleury might end up just retiring, and them thinking Seth Jones is a number one defenseman is absolutely hilarious. It's going to be a long year. Zeno, what's going on? Brad, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, Coleman has signed a 6-year deal with the Calgary Flames. $4.9 million per season. That's a pretty big cap hit for Coleman. But he obviously, with what he was able to do in Tampa Bay over the past couple years, really left its mark on the rest of the league. And you knew that a team was going to go out there, and do it. No, it's nothing with the fans, THG. It's the team moves that are just horrendous. I mean, literally, Seth Jones getting paid $9.5 million is very similar to Jeff Skinner's contract, where he's getting paid $9 million. Like, they are two of the absolute worst contracts in the league. Now, I still think that Jeff Skinner's is worse, but Jones is bad. That is bad. So, Cap Friendly has Mrazek's contract here in comparables. Very similar. Anton Hudobin in Dallas. Thomas Greiss in Detroit. Or Chris Driedger in Seattle. Nothing about those two. Nothing about those two, Brad, with Minnesota. They have made some minor deals today. They brought in Alex Goligoski. They brought in Freddie Gaudreau, but there's haven't been anything on the Fiala front or the Kaprizov front either. And it doesn't look like much is going on here. Let's see. Toronto now has $4.6 million in cap space to work with. They've got a couple of minor RFAs, and they have a roster of 19. So they still need to do something as far as the 7th D-man goes. And they need a couple more forwards as well, obviously, but they don't have a lot of space to work with. We'll see what they end up doing. Yeah, Sven Barchi has never really made it in the NHL. That's a very, very depth signing for Vegas. Yeah, Zeno, Lightning are in an interesting spot. They're only about $1.5 million or so over the cap at this point with Johnson's contract gone. But they still have RFAs that they need to re-sign. So there's definitely going to be at least one more contract getting moved out by Tampa Bay. Maybe two. But they definitely have some moves to make because they still aren't quite under the cap yet, but they're getting close. Shane, I'm not really sure what Vegas is doing. I don't see any way that Vegas comes out of this offseason a better team than they were last year. It's definitely not looking like it. I don't know what they're doing. Unless they're going to start flipping guys, maybe. But I don't know. Unless, if they try and flip Dadonov, I don't know. I'm confused by what Vegas is trying to do, but I don't see them being a better team next year. I don't see anything that's really improved their team. Yeah, Killorn's made it very clear that he wants to stay in Tampa, Zeno. It could be maybe Andre Palat. I don't know. Tampa's going to have to unload one more guy at least. But Killorn obviously wants to stay, but that might not be possible given the cap situation down in Tampa Bay. So Sven Barchi, a 28-year-old left wing. It's a two-way contract between Barchi and Vegas, which is not surprising. I wouldn't be surprised if Barchi just ends up in the AHL. Like, he has never been able to stick at the NHL level. I mean, Vegas is probably still going to be good because they have good players locked up, but they're definitely not going to be improved from where they were last season. But they're probably going to be around the same. Killorn, I believe, is like a $4.5 million cap hit, somewhere around there. I can check quick. Hang on. Let's see. Back to the home page. Tampa Bay. Alex Killorn is a $4.45 million cap hit for the next 2 seasons. Andre Palat is a $5.3 million cap hit for this coming season, and then he's a free agent. So, both have modified no trade clauses where they can submit teams that they can't be traded to. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. But looks like Tampa Bay has just signed Charles Hudon to a 2-way contract. So he had played in Montreal. He is now going to Tampa on a 2-way deal. Again, likely an AHL guy. Yes, but the Pacific Division is going to be the worst division in the NHL, Chris. The Pacific Division is going to be really, really bad next season. So yeah, Vegas should win the division, but once they start playing other teams in the playoffs, I would expect probably a second round exit for Vegas next year. I mean, I'm not a doctor, Mikhail, and I haven't examined Shea Weber, so I have absolutely no way of knowing that other than what's reported through the media. What's going on, Dev? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. So, Tampa's made some minor moves today. They brought back Zach Bogosian. They obviously got a new backup goaltender in Brian Elliott. Solid moves there. They're still over the cap. They still are going to need to, they're still going to need to get, money off the books, and dump another contract somewhere along the way, but they're getting closer to that 81.5. I've been doing good, Dev. How are you? Thank you for being here. No, Vaughn. Jesus, Vaughn. Vaughn's got me choking over here with that Sharks make the playoffs. No. The Sharks are in a full-on rebuild at this point. Okay, Chris, they can lose in the first round again like they did to San Jose back in, 2019? Or 2018, whichever year it was. Either way, Vegas is not a better team next season. There's no way. They'll probably win the division because they play in a garbage division, but they're not a better team. See who else is coming in here. Nothing new really as far as NHL contracts. We've had some two-way deals signed, like Barchi and Hudon, but nothing as far as like major NHL deals. Ooh, what is this? Whoa! Kevin Weeks. Whoa! Kevin Weeks says that Seattle is making some traction on Philip Grubauer. That is not a team that I thought was going to be going after Grubauer after taking Drieger and Vanacek in the expansion draft. Seattle going after Philip Grubauer? That definitely is catching me off guard. Also, Carter Verhaeghe, there was something here. Carter Verhaeghe gets a 3-year contract extension from the Florida Panthers. Wow. Carter Verhaeghe with a 3-year extension from Florida, and Seattle going after Philip Grubauer. Vaughn, no. Steven, welcome back. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. We had the mad rush at the beginning of free agency of, everything happening all at once. That has definitely died down, but there's still plenty going on here. Grubauer is still available. Brandon Saad is still available. Philip Deneau is still available. Linus Ullmark is still available. Yeah, no, they need to move a much bigger contract than Pat Maroon's. I don't think Maroon is going anywhere. Maroon's only making what this season? Like $800K? He's one of the 900K next season. Yeah, that's not enough. They need to move like Palat or Killorn. They need another major contract off the books. Killorn they could move at $4.45 million, or Palat would open up $5.3 million. But they've got to get more than just 900K off of the books. I don't think they want to move Cirelli. He would open up $4.8 million, but I think at 24 years old, you want to keep Anthony Cirelli. I think it's likely to be Killorn or Palat that goes for Tampa Bay, but they need to move one more substantial contract if they're going to get under the salary cap for this coming season. It's going to have to be a pretty decent contract that goes off the books. Luke Schenn goes to the Vancouver Canucks. This was talked about days ago. This has been talked about for a while, but it now becomes official. 2-year deal, $850K per season. So Luke Schenn leaves Tampa Bay and ends up going to Vancouver. So he'll be a depth defenseman now for the Vancouver Canucks, who also signed Tucker Poolman as a depth defenseman coming out of Winnipeg. So I don't know what Vancouver's really doing. They're taking on a lot of depth guys, but they're not. I like Luke Schenn, but I think for Vancouver to improve their D, they needed a bigger move than that. Wow, Carter Hutton is going to the Arizona Coyotes. So we know that Antti Raanta signed with Carolina earlier today. So they needed someone to go either along with Demker or Kemper. Darcy Kemper. They needed someone to go along with Kemper, or if Kemper is moved, Hutton might end up playing quite a bit. The Lightning, Yanni Gourde, Dev, was taken by Seattle in the expansion draft. All right, so Carter Hutton going from Buffalo to Arizona. So there's another goaltender off of the board. Greg McKegg gets a 2-way deal from the New York Rangers, and Josh Leivo has agreed to a deal with Carolina. So Carolina gets another depth forward here with Josh Leivo going there. Another interesting move to look at. Roland McEwen, that's an organizational depth AHL move for Colorado. Not much with the Jets, AJ, no. Obviously, they traded for Nate Schmidt yesterday. Today, there has not been much with Winnipeg. Derek Forbort left. Tucker Poolman left to other teams, but the Jets haven't added anyone themselves so far today. Laurent Brossoit left, went to Vegas. Yes, Steven, we just had that up a few minutes ago. Seattle is going after Philip Grubauer. That is very, very interesting. Definitely not expected. I did not think Seattle was going to be a team in on Grubauer. Josh Leivo gets a $750K deal from Carolina. That's a depth forward move. And Carter Hutton gets a $750K deal from Arizona. He'll be a goaltender there, presumably replacing Antti Raanta. Whoa, Ian Cole! Ian Cole is going to the Carolina Hurricanes as well. 1 year, $2.9 million for Ian Cole in Carolina. Another solid bottom pair guy. Veteran, bottom pair, pretty tough. Carolina, they added Ethan Bear and now Ian Cole. Brian Elliott is the new backup goaltender for the Tampa Bay Lightning, coming over from Philadelphia. He signed almost immediately as free agency opened. Carolina has been extremely busy today. They have made a ton of moves. So Carolina's made a lot of depth moves. They've brought back Jordan Martinook. They've added a depth forward in Josh Leivo. They traded away Warren Foegele for Ethan Bear and brought in Ethan Bear. And then they've now brought in Ian Cole, and they also brought in Tony DeAngelo, which that's a very interesting move on a 1-year deal. Now Michael Del Zotto is going to Ottawa. So Del Zotto does not stay. Del Zotto does not stay with Columbus. He is going to the Ottawa Senators. $2 million per season for Michael Del Zotto in Ottawa. Interesting deal there. So add that to the new addition list. Caden, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. 2-year deal, $2 million per season for Del Zotto in Ottawa. Interesting. So the Senators take him. Will, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Yes, Chad. Tampa Bay is doing everything they can to sign Braden Point to an 8-year extension. I would very much assume that it would be somewhere around $9 million per season. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, they need Braden Point. He's a superstar center for them now. He's one of their best players. So good to see that get done. Hopefully that gets done today and we can talk about it. But you guys know I called Braden Point being a future star. I want to say 3 years ago. It was early on the channel. I said, I think it was during Braden Point's rookie year. I said that this guy is going to be a really good player and a future star for Tampa Bay, and he has absolutely turned into that without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah, Metro Division as a whole has been quiet, Prosperous. Pittsburgh's been quiet. Washington's been quiet. The Islanders have been quiet. I'm trying to think of other teams that haven't really done much from the Metro. That division hasn't done a whole lot. Philly, though, has. Philly has. The Rangers have. They've been active today. Carolina's been very active today. But some of the other half of the teams have not. Tampa Bay is trying to get an extension done with Braden Point, Ryan. Trying to get Braden Point an 8-year extension finished up. So Ian Cole, recent moves are Ian Cole going to Carolina, Michael Del Zotto going to Ottawa, Carter Hutton going to Arizona, and Luke Schenn going to Vancouver. Those have been the most recent signings here in the NHL. We're, let's see, almost 3 hours in. 2 more hours to go. I'll be live till 4 p.m. So 2 hours and 15 minutes more to go as we wait for things to happen here. But it's been definitely, it's felt like a real free agency opening for sure. There's been a lot going on today. A lot's happened. There's still some big players out there, though. Grubauer, still nothing official. Ullmark, nothing official. Nick Foligno's still out there. Brandon Saad is still out there. I know I'm missing somebody. Who's another big forward that I'm forgetting? Yeah, things have slowed down recently, Prosperous. The last hour or so has definitely been slowed down. Without a doubt. We're still wondering if we're going to see any more trades today. There was a trade earlier that's kind of been lost in the shuffle of all the free agent signings, but Nikita Zadorov was traded to the Calgary Flames earlier today from Chicago for a third-round pick. There haven't been any other trades today, so we're kind of waiting on seeing if there's any more major trade action that goes around. As far as NHL level moves on the trade market. But we'll have to obviously wait and see on that. Oh, Philip Deneau. Deneau was the other one. Oh, the other big trade today was Evgeny Dadonov from Ottawa to Vegas for Nick Holden in a third. And then Ethan Bear got sent to Carolina for Warren Foegele. So there's been 3 pretty significant trades today. But they all happened like early on. They haven't happened. There hasn't been anything as far as trades go recently. They all happened like right within the first half hour, and nothing's really happened since, trade market wise. So we'll see what's going on there. Oh, here we go. Jujhar Khaira has signed with the Chicago Blackhawks, $975,000 per year, 2-year deal with Jujhar Khaira going to Chicago. So that is an interesting depth move there for Chicago. Kind of a 4th-line center, Jujhar Khaira, going to the Blackhawks. So there's a new move there for the Chicago Blackhawks. Under $1 million per year. You can't really complain about that. 4th-line center. Could be healthy scratched at points depending on the lineup. But still, very weird offseason for the Chicago Blackhawks. Lightning traded Tyler Johnson last night in a cap dump. They sent him to the Chicago Blackhawks along with a 2nd-round pick to get his contract off of the books, and that opened up about $5 million in cap space for the Tampa Bay Lightning that obviously they desperately needed. There was somewhat of a small return in that deal, but I'm trying to find it. The return in that deal was Oh, Brent Seabrook's contract. That's right. So, Brent Seabrook obviously is never going to play again in the NHL. It was just his contract going back to Tampa Bay, which actually can be put on LTIR and will give Tampa Bay more cap space this coming season when they put Seabrook on LTIR. So, actually, if you're the Tampa Bay Lightning, you got to factor in Seabrook's contract and what they're going to get in LTIR of space from him. So they're actually closer to being under the cap than they are at face value right now. Let's see. Yeah, David Krejci, nothing's really been said today about him. Philip Deneau is one of the bigger names available, along with Brandon Saad. Derek Stepan at this point, I don't know if he's going to play. Jaden Schwartz. All the news was about Jaden Schwartz going to Seattle, but nothing's officially come out on that. Zajac is a depth forward. Nick Foligno is one of the bigger guys still available. Mike Hoffman, I mean, I can't stand Mike Hoffman, but he's going to get paid by somebody, but I certainly wouldn't want him on my team. But yeah, all those guys are still available. Again, the defense market is pretty much done. Like the defensemen were gone very, very quickly. Goaltenders still have a couple big ones left with Grubauer and Ullmark, but pretty much everyone else has signed. And forwards, there's still some big ones left. Yeah, I would love Nick Foligno on the third line in Boston. Absolutely would love that. He's a quintessential third liner at this point, and can chip in offensively, but mostly a defensive specialist who brings a lot of leadership and physicality into the lineup. I would love him on Boston's third line. Bruins, Avalanche, and Wild all are in on pursuing Nick Foligno, depending on the cost, obviously. The Bruins lost Jeremy Lauzon in expansion dev. Lauzon was taken by Seattle, and will go be probably a bottom pair defenseman for them. Yeah, I mean, that would be a decent pickup for the Avs, NFL Nation, if they could get Foligno. That's exactly the kind of player that the Avalanche have needed, without a doubt. Go surf through Twitter here. Grubauer to Seattle. Wow. This is official. Well, it's semi... Oh, Seattle's putting out the Wenberg press now. Looks like Philip Grubauer is going to Seattle. Wow. David Pagnotta can confirm Seattle has signed Grubauer. So take Philip Grubauer off the board. Holy cow. The Seattle Kraken have gotten Philip Grubauer in free agency, who was a Vezina finalist this past season. That is unreal and unexpected. I can't imagine what the money on this deal is going to be. I mean, Francis has been shelling out big money in contracts. I cannot imagine what the money on this deal is going to be. Pens have signed Brock McGinn. That's actually a really solid bottom 6 pickup there. Brock McGinn brings energy. He's physical. He can play on the 3rd or 4th line. That's a really solid bottom 6 addition, in my opinion, for the Pittsburgh Penguins. I like that move a lot. So Brock McGinn is going to... the Pittsburgh Penguins. $4 years, $2.75 million per for Brock McGinn. And it looks like Grubauer is getting a 6-year deal from Seattle. Wow. So that is a huge deal for Philip Grubauer. 6-year deal. And then Brock McGinn. I'm surprised McGinn got 4 years. It's a pretty long term for a player like Brock McGinn, but Pittsburgh obviously likes him a lot to be kind of a third-line guy at $2.75 million. And McGinn, I believe, is still in his 20s, so it's not like he's old. Brock McGinn is, 27 years old. So actually, 4 years for Brock McGinn. 4 years for Brock McGinn is not bad because he's 27. So it's not like he's an older player. That's a solid bottom 6 addition for the Penguins. And, okay, 6 years, 5.9 AAV per season for Philip Grubauer with Seattle. That's not that big of a deal, actually. I was kind of half expecting Francis to throw out some obnoxious, like, $7 million a year number or something. 5.9 for a Vezina finalist goaltender is not actually too bad. Now, I do think that Grubauer being a Vezina finalist had a lot to do with the team in front of him and the fact that he was on one of the best teams in the league, but still, this is he's still a very good goalie. I don't think he's an elite goalie, but he's still a very good goalie. Similar to Jacob, well, I think he's slightly better than Jacob Markstrom, and Jacob Markstrom went to Calgary on a $6 million per year deal. So, here we go. Washington could be interested in reacquiring Vitek Vanacek from the Kraken. So now that the Kraken have gotten Drieger signed and Grubauer, apparently Vanacek could be trade bait and Washington would be interested in bringing him back. So that wasn't a huge cap hit for Grubauer, but it is a long deal. We'll see how that ages over time. It's very comparable to Jacob Markstrom's contract with the Calgary Flames. So we'll see. I mean, Washington hasn't done really anything today. Obviously, they re-signed Alex Ovechkin yesterday before free agency started, but they haven't done anything today. And they definitely need a goaltender. Vanacek could be very, very likely to go back to Washington now, it seems. Jake McCabe to Chicago is now official. Jake McCabe gets a 4x4 from the Chicago Blackhawks. Wow. So Jake McCabe was another defenseman I wanted the Bruins to be taking a look at. He goes to Chicago on a 4x4. 4 years, $4 million per season for Jake McCabe and the Chicago Blackhawks. Go Caps. I did a video on Ovechkin yesterday. Talked all about it yesterday. We're on to today's news. Jake McCabe goes to the Blackhawks. And again, Chicago trying to act like a contender here. We'll see if that works out for them in the long run. But I have my serious doubts. But McCabe is another, middle pair level guy. Yeah, I like Forbert for the bottom pair a lot, Prosperous. And they haven't done anything else. I'm surprised. Boston still has holes that they need to fill. They could certainly use another defenseman. They need to sign a goaltender. And I don't know what they're waiting for with that. And I think they need another third liner as well. Obviously, they've been talked about being in on Nick Foligno. We'll see what happens there, but Boston still has moves that they needed to make, and they've been very, very quiet today. Buck Skull Gang, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Great to have you in the chat. Thank you to everybody for watching. Please don't forget to drop that thumbs up and subscribe. I cover the entire NHL, and fans of all teams are welcome and wanted here. There is some big, big money being thrown around today. Big, big money. Exactly, NFL Nation. I mean, I'd much rather have the Bruins take it slow and cautious than give out some of the contracts that we've seen given out here today and over the last few days. There's been some crazy money getting thrown around, and you don't want to get hampered with, long-term bad contracts. I mean, look what happened with Boston and David Backes. Look what happened with Boston and Matt Bolesky. You don't want to be getting, signing your... Look at what happened with Louis Eriksson. You don't want to be, getting yourself into contracts like that. So, I'd rather them take it cautiously and slowly than just start throwing money around. Yeah, I love the Brock McGinn signing for Pittsburgh as well, Prosperous. He is a very good bottom six forward. He can add offense. He can grind. He can bring physicality. I like the Brock McGinn signing very much. I mean, as best as they can, Buck Skull Gang. Yeah, I mean, they have no money to work with. They had to go out and get rid of some contracts and get some money off the books for the most part. But yeah, like the Lightning are doing what they need to do to try and keep the main core of that team together as best as they can and still find a way to get under the salary cap. I like Brian Elliott as a backup goaltender. I like that they brought in Zach Bogosian as a depth defenseman. He'll basically replace Luke Schenn because Luke Schenn's gone off to Vancouver now. Yeah, Vegas needed to dump. Vegas needed to dump salary, Prosperous. That's why they traded away Marc-Andre Fleury for basically nothing. And they still will probably need to dump a contract this offseason. All right. Let's see. Philip Deneau goes to the LA Kings at $5.5 million. Oof. I like Philip Deneau, but I do 5.5 is a big cap hit for him. 4.5 maybe, 4 definitely, but a 6-year deal at 5.5 for Deneau. I think that's a little bit of an overpay there for for the LA Kings, personally. So, we'll add Phillip Danault to LA. LA was a team that was talked about with him over the last few days. They kind of came out of nowhere, but then ended up being a possible destination over the last few days. Again, they're trying to come out of a rebuild now, so definitely not the first option, but definitely, you know, not overly surprised, but maybe a little bit surprised to see him sign with LA. Yeah, the LTIR money from Brent Seabrook's contract is definitely going to help the Tampa Bay Lightning. Hey, Perlo, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I mean, Avalanche need a goalie now with Grubauer gone, so I would not be surprised if they go all out for Ullmark. I want the Bruins to get Ullmark, but Boston hasn't done anything on the goaltending front, so now all of a sudden I don't know what the Bruins' plan is in goal, because it's not what I thought it was going to be, so that'll be interesting to see what Boston does as far as goaltending, but maybe they are going to play Swayman now. I don't know. I thought they were going to be in on a lot of these goalies, and they're not. So, the big news that just happened now, Phillip Danault gets a 6-year deal at 5.5 per. I mean, he's a good middle six center, obviously very good defensively. Had a down year offensively this year, but might be, if he can bounce back from that, is, you know, a 50-ish point guy. Or can be a 50-ish point guy. Let me take a look here. Phillip Danault is 28 years old. He had 24 points last season. He's had one 50-point season in his career. It came back in 2018-19. He followed it up with a 47-point season in 2019-20. And if that had been a full season and not cut short at the end, he probably would have reached 50 points. So he had 2 good seasons, and this past year was a down year offensively, but if he can get back to being a 50-point player, he's a solid second-line center who brings a lot to the table defensively as well. I don't dislike the Kings getting Phillip Danault. If this was a 4-year deal, I'd feel better about it. If this was a 4-year deal, I would feel better about it. But 6 years at 5.5 is a bit long. Jason, I don't know what rock you're under, but Boston absolutely, desperately needs 1 goaltender, if not 2. Tuukka Rask will not be playing until at least February. Yaroslav Halak is gone. The only goaltenders that they have are kids in Jeremy Swayman and Dan Vladar. Boston's original plan wasn't even for Swayman to play in the NHL this coming year. And you're oh my God, that is absolutely absurd. Swayman and Vladar is not an NHL caliber goaltending duo. It's just not. Swayman has played 10 NHL games. There's literally 0 sample size. Swayman needs a full year of development before he is ready to actually be a full-time NHL goaltender. Oh my God. You want a Carter Hart, Jeremy Swayman? So by the time he's 23, he's absolute garbage like the Flyers did with Carter Hart? Like, oh my God. Boston is in desperate need of a goaltender. Let's see, anything else happening here? All right, so Danault going to the Kings. That's the big one. This horrible contract for Seth Jones is still being talked about. 8 years. NHL makes it official on their page. Evolving Hockey loves the Jake McCabe signing for Chicago. Left shot D-man. Very underrated player 4x4 for him is pretty good. Seattle has made the signing of Jaden Schwartz official. Jaden Schwartz has signed with the Kraken on a 5-year deal at $5.5 million per season. So, Jaden Schwartz to Seattle appears to be done. There we go. 29 years old. Staying healthy is a problem. Staying healthy is a problem for Jaden Schwartz, but when he is healthy, he's a very solid second-line level goal scorer. So he goes to Seattle. Very much expected there. Anything else? Jaden Schwartz, Seattle, 5 years, $5.5 million. Yeah, it doesn't look like any other major stuff going on. Anything else other than that? Yes, Boston very much needs a veteran goaltender, Prosperous. Very much. There's not much left out there, John. That's why I was surprised Boston wasn't in on any of the veteran goaltenders that have signed already, because most of the goalies have signed. Linus Ullmark is the only one left that's you know, still on the open market. Grubauer's signed, Mrazek is signed, Anderson is signed, Reimer's signed, Bernier's signed. Trying to think of who else is out there. Martin Jones is signed. Brian Elliott is signed. Like, they've all signed. So it's Ullmark or bust as far as goaltending at this point. And yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, Antti Raanta has signed. Braden Holtby was bought out and signed with Dallas. I don't know. There's Laurent Brossoit's gone to Vegas. There's not much out there anymore. So, I mean, Tuukka Rask, even if Boston brings back Rask, he can't play until he's probably not going to play until after the Olympic break in February because he's got a torn labrum. Jason, you're the idiot that probably thinks that, given you think that Vladar and Swayman are a good NHL tandem. That is not nearly good enough to compete at the NHL level. Get your head out of your ass. Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking, Prosperous. That's what I'm thinking is that Boston might be active in the trade market for a goaltender. Absolutely. They may not be going for in free agency. They might be trying to get a trade done for a goalie. I wouldn't be opposed to that, NFL Nation. I think Washington, though, Washington's another team that needs another goaltender and hasn't done anything on the goalie front. Colorado now doesn't have a goaltender. With Philip Grubauer leaving, Colorado doesn't have a starting goalie. So I have a feeling that the trade market is going to be very active as far as goaltending goes because Boston needs a veteran. Washington needs a goaltender that can go along with Samsonov because Vanecek's gone now, although there has been rumblings that Vanecek could be going back in a trade to the Capitals. But Colorado needs a starting goalie now. Colorado doesn't have a starter. And what are they going to do? Bring back Devan Dubnyk as a backup? I mean, Devan Dubnyk was horrible last year. Horrible. Actually, Dubnyk's been horrible for the last 2 seasons. So, I don't know what the Avalanche are going to do as far as their goaltending situation. There's a lot that needs to be figured out as far as goaltending is concerned. Doesn't look like anything new coming out. These are all just official announcements. Oh, David, I missed that. David Rittich goes to Nashville. These are all just official announcements of trades that we already heard about. I don't know what Washington's going to do about their goaltending situation now. You obviously can't leave Samsonov alone. Yeah, I mean, who knows what Francouz is going to be like coming back from hip surgery. You can't rely on that if you're the Colorado Avalanche. No idea what condition he's going to be in coming back. So, I don't know. They got to do something about a starting goaltender. No, Craig. They do not. Colorado now desperately needs a goaltender. No, Seattle was not kidding, Jack. They have gone out and spent some big, big money in free agency. Jaden Schwartz being the latest. Yeah, Bill, it wasn't a good look, to say the least. It was not a good look for Vegas, dumping Fleury like that and just throwing him to Chicago like it was nothing for absolutely nothing in return. Yeah, no, there are some very interesting goaltending situations around the league right now, and most of the goalies, notable goalies that were free agents, have all signed already. Ullmark is the last one, but Colorado doesn't have a starting goalie now. Washington doesn't have anyone to replace Vanecek yet. Boston has 2 kids in Swayman and Vladar, but they need a veteran. They're not going to have, even if they re-sign Rask, they're not going to have him until February at the earliest. There's a lot more goalie moves that need to be made. Oh yeah, big time, Jack, big time. They're going to be an interesting team to watch for sure. It's going to be fun. Now, the lucky thing for them is that they're in the Pacific, which is going to be the worst division by far this season in the NHL. The Pacific is not good, so We'll see how they do. It's going to be interesting. I absolutely think so, Jack. Colorado has got to be very much talking it for or with Ullmark right now, because he would be a decent replacement for Grubauer. Vegas news: they traded for Evgeny Dadonov today, and that's That was their big move. They got a backup goaltender in Laurent Brossoit. They re-signed Alec Martinez. Nick Bonino's deal becomes official. Wow. You are correct about that, NFL Nation. You do not build a team through free agency. All of the most successful teams have been built through the draft, and then they use trades and free agency to fill in the holes in their lineup that they need to get themselves to that cup level team. But every winner in the modern NHL has largely been built through drafted players. You have to draft well to become a winner in the NHL. Yeah, Jack, that was an interesting move for sure. That was an interesting move not to get rid of those guys. I guess they thought that they were going to make a run in the playoffs, I guess. A lot of playoff teams, won't trade guys away at the deadline because they think they're going to make a playoff run, but all they did was get swept out in the first round, and now they get nothing for Schwartz and presumably nothing for Hoffman. Not that they would get much for Hoffman anyway. That guy is brutal, but interesting for them to just let Schwartz walk and not trade him at the deadline last year. Yes, Winslow. Grubauer is going to the Seattle Kraken on a 6-year deal worth $5.9 million per season. Very similar to Jacob Markstrom's deal with Calgary. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes because I think Grubauer is a good goaltender. He is not a great goaltender. He's not an elite goaltender. His numbers were fantastic because Colorado was one of the best teams in the league last season. So with a team like Colorado in front of you, you know, most goalies are going to look good. Grubauer, now without that level of team in front of him, it's going to be interesting to see what he does. But I have a feeling he's probably going to end up being a similar level goaltender to a Jacob Markstrom, who is also on a very similar contract. But now Colorado doesn't have a starting goalie, so they're going to have to do something about that because they do not have a starting goaltender now. They don't have much in goal now because Dubnyk is awful at this point. And Francouz is coming off of major surgery, so we'll see what they do in net. Yeah, Brandon Saad is still available. Nick Foligno is still available. Tomas Tatar, Mike Hoffman. We're getting into lower tier guys now. David Krejci, no idea what's going on with David Krejci. There was a lot of talk that he was going to be re-signing in Boston over the last few days, but then a deal never came. And there's been absolutely no mention of him today, really. So I don't know what's going on there. Talks between Erik Haula and the Bruins are heating up. Oh, God. Haula's fallen off a lot over the past few years. I don't know how I feel about this. Erik Haula has bounced around, and he's fallen off quite a bit. He's 30 years old now. He had 9 goals and 21 points for Nashville last year. I mean, that's fine on your third line. 2019-20, he had 24 points that season. Didn't really do much after being traded from Carolina to Florida. Only had 2 points in 7 games. 21 points this season. I mean, he's a fine third liner. But if you're expecting him to be more than that, like if they're signing Erik Haula because they know they're not re-signing David Krejci, that is not a David Krejci replacement. Now, if you bring in Haula just to add to the third line, that's fine, but that is not a David Krejci replacement. Not even close. Still, according to Bob McKenzie, they're still waiting to hear about Parise and the New York Islanders. We know that Verhaeghe was re-signed. I mean, if Haula's going to come in and play on the Boston third line, I mean, that's not bad. That's not a bad deal at all. We'll see what the money is, obviously. Also, there's a lot of talk about Vanacek going back to Washington via trade, so we'll see what happens there. If Krejci comes back and Haula's on the third line, that's not bad for the Bruins. He's just dropped off a lot over the past couple years. His offensive output has gone down. Lightning have done fine, Epic Gamer. They've done what they could with the not having any money. So they've done what they could. They've gotten a better backup goaltender. They brought back a depth defenseman in Zach Bogosian to replace losing Luke Schenn. They obviously were able to move Tyler Johnson's contract to open up some cap space. They're going to get the LTIR space of Brent Seabrook's contract. So, they've done what they can. It's not been a bad offseason for them. And the big thing now is getting Braden Point extended. They need to get Braden Point signed to a long-term extension. Florida is doing well, Jack. They've had a very good offseason as far as contracts go. They brought Duclair back. They brought Forsling back. They brought Verhaeghe back. Obviously they traded for Sam Reinhart. That was a big move. They've had a solid offseason for the Florida Panthers, and they are definitely a team that is looking to continue to contend. I know I'm missing a Florida move too, so I'm going to... What's the Florida move I'm missing? They dumped Strawman's contract. Oh, I guess not. I feel like I'm missing something that the Panthers did, but maybe not. No, I guess not. But the Reinhardt... Oh, they re-signed Bennett. That was what I was thinking of. They re-signed Sam Bennett. again, that one is going to be a boomer bust contract for Sam Bennett and the Panthers. But if it's a boom, it's going to be a big boom because he played very, very well for them. He played very, very well for them after the trade last year. Edler signing in LA. Wow, veteran D-man to the Kings. He'll play... Oh, David Pagnotta says Bruins have signed Erik Haula. Again, I like this on the third line. I like this on the third line. 2-year deal, $2.375 million. Absolutely love that. Also, whoa! Tomas Nosek goes to the Bruins as well. Well, there's your Sean Kuraly replacement. There is your Sean Kuraly replacement right there. Nosek, 2-year deal, $1.75 million per. Boston adds a couple of depth forwards. All right, they've got the left shot defenseman in Derek Forbort. They've shored up the bottom six with Haula and Nosek. Now you need to re-sign David Krejci. And you need a veteran goaltender. But that's what's left for Boston to do. They have gotten two important pieces now, or at least important positions filled for the Bruins. So I like that a lot. And the cap hit on Haula is not very big, which I like. So Erik Haula to Boston. I like, if he's playing on your third line, I like that. Tomas Nosek to Boston. Fourth line guy will replace Sean Kuraly. And Alex Edler is going to the LA Kings. A veteran D ad for the Kings. I like those deals. I like those deals for the Bruins. I really do. Nosek replaces Kuraly. Haula can be a middle six guy that can play center or wing and will just help shore up the middle six. They need to bring back Krejci. That's the big thing because you need a second line center. I like those deals. I just want to see them get a veteran goaltender that can kind of hold down the fort with the kids until Rask is able to return in February. That's pretty much the last thing left for them to do. Yeah, I mean, Boston's got a good amount of cap space, so it's not, these smaller deals are not going to take up a ton of their cap room. Let's see. Has Cap Friendly added these in? They have added in the Erik Haula deal and the Thomas Nosek deal. So Boston still has $11.6 million in cap space to work with. So, they've still got plenty of money to go out there and do some more. Or they can do it via trade. That's the other thing, is that not everything has to be done. Not everything has to be done via free agency. They could make a trade as well. I would imagine that they're re-signing Rask, yes, but he's not going to be able to play until the second half of the year. So they need a goalie to hold down the fort for the first part of the year at least, which is why I thought that they would be in on a veteran guy, but you can't go with Swayman and Vladar as the duo. You need a veteran guy there at least along with them. And again, I want to see Swayman get a full year of development in the AHL. And all the talk among the Bruins, media has been that Swayman was not expected to be in the NHL this season. It was supposed to be Vladar as the backup, a veteran as the starter, and then when Rask comes back, veteran and Rask, and you have the kids as the extras. Listen, Swayman had a great year last year, but he only played 10 games. He had 10 games as a 22-year-old rookie. That's not a big sample size. He still has a lot of development left to go. You can't just throw him to the Wolves and expect it to go well. We see it over and over and over again. Young goaltenders thrown to the Wolves. It never works out. And they need a veteran guy in there. I wanted Linus Ullmark, and he's still available, but I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of other there's going to be a lot of other teams in on Ullmark as well. Because he's really the last goaltending guy left. Really big name goaltender left. Or they could do it via trade. All right, Edler gets a 2-year deal at $3.5 million in LA. Thomas Nosek in Boston goes to Boston. Eric Howler goes to Boston. I like both of those deals. That's a solid depth moves there for the Bruins. Just want to see the damn goalie. They got to at least bring Rask back, but there's no rush on that. There's no rush on that because he's not gonna be able to play. Ben Bishop is officially still in Dallas, Dev, but with them having Hudobin, Ottinger, and Holtby, you got to imagine that Bishop is probably on the trade block. Ray Ferraro's latest tweet. Oh, no. Wait. Why did it... No. Ray... Why isn't Ray Ferraro coming up? Not Ryan... Wait, what happened? TSN asking Ray Ferraro about his knowledge of the Kraken signing because his wife is a scout. Ray. Oh, Ray got no info from his wife. He got no info from Cammy, who works for Seattle and is a scout. He literally found out when the guys broke it on TV. That's pretty funny. So he is not getting inside information from his wife. Yeah, this has been a much, much more active free agency than we saw in 2020. There is no doubt about that. That's pretty funny from Ray and Cammy Granato, or from Cammy Granato and Ray Ferraro. So yeah, we know that Del Zotto is going to Ottawa. I think there's been some solid deals today. There's been some reach deals today for sure. There's no doubt about that. But overall, it's been a pretty fun free agency so far. Definitely a lot more active than what we saw last year. So that definitely makes it better. But thank you guys for being here. We've got about an hour and a half of coverage remaining. I'll be live until 4 p.m. chatting with you guys, talking about anything that happens. And really appreciate you guys stopping in on this Wednesday afternoon. Would mean a lot if you could hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. I cover the whole league, so fans of all teams are welcome and wanted here. And I'll be bringing you content all off season long as we get ready for next season. And then next year will be starting up in October, and we'll be back to a normal season next year. So that is obviously awesome to see. But again, thank you guys all so much for being here and being part of the stream today. Yep, Thomas Nosek and Eric Howler both were just signed by the Bruins. That broke a few minutes ago, and we're kind of waiting on the next move here. See if there's anything new on Twitter. Oh, here we go. Blake Coleman's 6-year deal in Calgary will carry a full no-move clause for the first 3 years and a modified no-trade clause for the final 3 years. So Calgary really went all out for Blake Coleman. And also from Eric Engels, the LA Kings contract with Phil Danault has a full no-move clause for the first 3 seasons and a modified no-trade clause after. So, for the final 3. So 6-year deals are coming with no moves for the first 3 and no moves for the first 3 and modified no trades for the final 3. So David Savard wanted to go to Montreal. He said no matter the salary, when they offered the contract, we said yes right away. So that basically means that Savard handpicked. He wanted to go to Montreal. That was his top destination. Regardless of money, that's where he wanted to go for his family. So Savard, one of the most team-friendly contracts we have seen signed today, wanted to go to the Canadiens. I hope so, Beckett. I hope so. They definitely need that. Yeah, that is true. That is true, Jack. They are. See you later, Dev. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Daniel, what's going on? Welcome in. Yeah, Coleman got a big deal from Calgary, Chad. Tampa was not going to be able to afford that. No chance. Again, Tampa's got to find a way to get contracts off the books, not take on ones like that this offseason. Oh, all right. Correction on Alex Edler's contract. It is not a 2-year deal. It's a 1-year deal, $3.5 million. So it's not a 2-year deal for Edler in LA. It's a 1-year deal, $3.5 million. And obviously Boston has signed Haula as well as Nosek. Yep. No, Bill, I do not anticipate that happening, no. Okay. So obviously things have slowed down here. We're getting in towards the final hour of the live show here, and we're just kind of waiting on the next one. I mean, as far as big names left, Linus Ullmark, the best goaltender, still available. Nick Foligno and Brandon Saad, 2 pretty prominent wingers, still available. Mike Hoffman still available, although he's definitely a tier down below that. But a lot of the big names have signed, and as Cap Friendly is keeping track of how many, well, they're keeping track of everything, but they're keeping track of how many signings there have been, total contract years, all of that. So far, since free agency has opened today, there have been 75 signings, 165 years of contract years given out, a total cap hit of $169+ million, and total contract dollars of over $490 million. There's been almost $500 million handed out in free agency so far today with the 75 signings that have happened to this point. Very, very different from last year. Much more active. Hey, I didn't know that, Avatar. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for stopping in. Thank you for being here. And happy birthday to Avatar in the chat. Thank you for being here on your birthday, and I hope you have a great day, man. Appreciate all you do to support the channel. What's going on, Connor? Welcome in. I think he's likely staying in Montreal, Connor. Oh yeah, Basement Show. Absolutely. Cap Friendly is one of the best. I love Cap Friendly. One of the absolute best hockey websites ever created, without a doubt. Yes, it's exactly that, Jack. Hoffman is a very good power play player, but his 5-on-5 game is not good, and I think he's going to be a guy that probably signs later in the offseason because teams aren't going to want to shell out the money for a pure power play guy. Yeah, Prosperous, those guys haven't really been mentioned much today at all, Krejci or Saad. I mean, Krejci, there's been a lot of talk in the previous days about him going back to the Bruins, but it hasn't happened yet. And Saad, I'm just shocked in general that there hasn't been more talk about Brandon Saad. All right. Matt Luff signs a 1-year, 2-way contract with the Nashville Predators. So he was originally from LA. He's going to Nashville now. A minor trade here between the Coyotes and Sharks. Lane Peterson for a 4th-round pick. That's not a big deal at whatsoever. Yeah, things are definitely slowed down, but there's already been so much that happens. Wow, Jack, that's unbelievable. That is unbelievable that Robert Bortuzzo may be the longest tenured Blue. Yeah, Basement Show. That's probably going to come through trade, however, for sure. Probably going to have to come through trade. Yes, the Penguins. I will check their cap space. Pittsburgh has $3.6 million, almost $3.7 million in cap space. So, not a lot for the Penguins, unless they move some other money around. But almost 3.7 right now. I would imagine Dallas is going to be trading one of their goaltenders, Connor. I don't think they're keeping 4 goalies. All right, John, cool. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you watching. And, yeah, that's probably going to come through trade. Let's see. Blues have had a ton of turnover since the Stanley Cup win in 2009. A lot of that team's already gone. To 2019, not 2009. I don't know why I just said 2009 there. 2019 Stanley Cup. Nope, nothing from the Flyers, Sports Geeks. Nothing from the Flyers. Yeah, that's definitely a tough one, NFL Nation. That one hurts for sure. That was one that they should have won. But, anything new happening? We already knew that. Phil DiGiuseppe to Vancouver. There's a new one from Elliot Friedman. He played with the New York Rangers last season. He's going to Vancouver now. Tony DeAngelo to Carolina. That was reported earlier. Now becomes official. That's a very interesting move for the Hurricanes. Vinny Hinostroza goes to Buffalo. So, no longer a Chicago Blackhawk. Vinny Hinostroza goes to the Buffalo Sabres. And Buffalo hasn't done very much today, so that's a first of a move here for Buffalo. Yes, Luke. Excuse me. Yes. The entire, famous third line from the Lightning, the great third line that they had, all are on new teams now. Gord's gone to Seattle, Gaudreau's gone to the Rangers, and Coleman's gone to Calgary. So, yes, Ryan Getzlaf is staying in Anaheim. Oh, boy. Oh. Trying to stretch here. I've literally been sitting down for 4 hours straight now, and my legs feel like it. I don't know, Prosperous. We'll find out when it's officially announced, but some of the initial reports have been off as far as term and money goes a little bit. So the reports haven't been 100%. Like Alex Edler's, for example, was originally reported as a 2-year deal, but then ended up being a 1-year deal, actually. So maybe it is a 1-year deal. Who knows? When it's officially announced, we'll know for sure. I mean, I think Fleury would potentially want to go back to Pittsburgh, Bill, absolutely. But at the same time, Chicago would have to trade him there. You'd have to work that deal out between the Blackhawks and the Penguins. It's not like Fleury can just be like, yeah, I'm going to Pittsburgh. Like, there has to be a trade worked out there. I'm interested to see if Fleury has any interest in playing with Chicago or not. Or if he's going to threaten to just retire and not play. Let's scroll some more through Twitter. Yeah, Tony DeAngelo, officially a Hurricane. We'll see how that works out. This guy's gotten driven out of every locker room he's been in, or driven himself out of every locker room he's been in, but we'll see. All right, sounds good, Prosperous. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate you watching. It was great to have you on today. Glad you could join the chat. Oh, I bet, Red Rubber, I bet. D'Angelo actually gets an NHL contract. That is a little shocking. The other thing that we thought could potentially happen today but hasn't been talked about at all is Jack Eichel. It does not look like there's anything imminent as far as Jack Eichel being traded because we haven't heard anything. We haven't heard anything about it to this point, so... Yeah, definitely, Chad. Most of Tampa Bay's losses have been just up front. Obviously, the entire third line is gone, and Johnson is gone. So, but they've kept their decor intact, and they still have Andrei Vasilevsky, who I've been saying for 2 years is the best goalie in the NHL. So they've kept things defensively intact. They've just lost depth up front. And how that affects them, remains to be seen this coming season. Whoa, here we go. Pierre-Edouard Bellemare. 2 years, $1 million per season with Tampa Bay. So there's some of that depth that they lost getting back. Pierre-Edouard Bellemare is going to be a veteran depth addition, fourth line guy for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Shoot. Lightning aren't done. They get Pierre-Edouard Bellemare, fourth line veteran guy on a 2-year deal worth $1 million per season. And there's a depth move because they lost a lot of depth this offseason. There's bringing in some depth at the forward position. So there's a new deal coming in as we are down to about an hour to go left in my show here today. We're going from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we are at almost 3 p.m. right now, just a couple minutes away from 3 p.m. So we'll see. We'll see if anything happens here over the next hour, but it's been a good day. Thank you guys again so much for being here and watching. Really appreciate it. Nothing with the Islanders. No word about anything with New York. Yeah, nothing Islanders-wise yet. Waiting to see if anything new pops up, but... Allmark has not signed yet, Slapshot. No. Chad, he's not like, he doesn't fight. He's not going to drop the gloves really, but he plays tough along the boards. Like he's a grinder. He doesn't really fight or anything, but he's a grinder for sure. He plays in front of the net, plays along the boards, kind of just chips pucks out, stuff like that. He's not like an overly physical player. He's not like Pat Maroon or anything, but he will do the dirty work in front of the net and along the wall. But he just doesn't have the pure physicality of, you know, someone like a Pat Maroon or even a guy like he's not as physical as Barclay Goodrow. They've definitely lost some of that physicality. Yeah, he's he's probably an older version of Cedric Paquette. Yeah, I think even Paquette might have been a little bit more like physical and like agitatory than what Belmar is. Belmar doesn't really get involved in that kind of stuff, but he's gonna work hard along the boards and grind along the wall for sure. Yeah, we shall see, Slapshot. We shall see where Ullmark ends up. He's definitely one of the bigger names still available at this point without it. Belmar just signed with the Tampa Bay Lightning, Slapshot. He's going to Tampa Bay. Hey, Brian, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate you stopping in. Thanks for joining the chat. We've had a very, very busy day so far. Very, very busy day. There's now been 80 signings so far today. There's been 80 contracts officially signed according to Cap Friendly so far today. Tom, I would not be opposed to it, especially well, he's got 2 years left on his deal. Definitely would not be opposed to it in the short term at all. I think they need to do something at goaltender. They need a veteran in there. Rask is not going to be healthy until at least probably February next year. So I do think that if Boston's not going to get Ullmark in free agency, then they're going to have to go out and make a trade for a goaltender, a veteran goaltender, and I would not be opposed to that at all. Here's Cap Friendly's numbers so far that you can see. 80 contract signings, 172 total contract years. yearly cap hit of almost 175 million and a total contract dollars of almost $500 million. Hey, Marlo, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the channel. Appreciate you watching. Things are definitely slowing down here as we get deeper into the afternoon. Pretty much all the moves have been made at this point. The big moves, anyway. Ullmark and Foligno are... And Brandon Saad. Brandon Saad, Ullmark, and Foligno are definitely the names, the big names still available. Oh, Curtis Gabriel signs a one-year deal with Toronto. He'll probably play in the AHL, though. I would imagine that that would be a deal for the AHL for the Leafs, but we'll see. Maybe he gets fourth line time if they need tough. Well, Toronto always needs more toughness, but maybe he gets fourth line time. Maybe that's an AHL move. We'll see. So there's been a lot of goalie movement today. Peter Mrazek goes to the Maple Leafs. Philip Grubauer goes to Seattle. Freddie Anderson goes to Carolina. Brian Elliott goes to Tampa Bay. Martin Jones goes to Philadelphia. Yaroslav Halak goes to Vancouver. Braden Holtby goes to Dallas. There's been a lot of goaltending shuffling so far. Jonathan Bernier goes to New Jersey. And there's been a lot of money spent today. Almost $500 million. $496 million has been spent so far today. And with another contract signed, we're up to 82 signings now. And $500 million has been spent today. $175 million total in cap hit, which means per year, and 176 total years of contracts handed out today. So safe to say it's been a very, very busy one. Mrazek's okay. Mrazek's okay. Brian, he's had some good years in Carolina. Obviously the defense in front of him in Carolina is really good. He's a decent 1B or 1A, 1B guy to go along with Jack Campbell. Last I heard on what Adam Pelech was asking for was $7 million per year, Jack. Now, I don't think he's going to get that, and I don't think the Islanders are going to pay that, but I saw something that he was asking for $7 million per year. Really the big ones, Slapshot, are Brandon Saad, Nick Foligno, and Linus Ullmark. And then Mike Hoffman as well is still out there, but most of the notable players have been signed. Bruins got Eric Haula and Tomas Nosek. They got Derek Forbort for their defense. So Bruins have made some depth signings, bringing in some hole fillers for sure with this Bruins team. I still think that there's more to be done, but they've filled some holes for sure. David Kampf is going from Chicago to Toronto. Toronto with another depth forward move here. 2 years, $1.5 million per. So David Kampf is going to Toronto. That's an interesting move there. Another depth move there for the Maple Leafs, who don't have a lot of cap space to work with, so they need to sign these lower cost bottom six guys. Yeah, not much big stuff left to go here. Hey, what's going on? Welcome back, Prosperous. Yeah, no, nothing big going on here. I don't know why Arizona's getting rid of veterans, not adding new ones, Slapshot. I don't know. Brandon Saad to Arizona wouldn't make any sense. I mean, if anything, Arizona's trying to get rid of veteran guys like Phil Kessel. Travis Hamonic got re-signed by Vancouver, $3 million per season. Montreal wants Corey Perry back, according to John Shannon. Let's see, there's some growing interest in Dmitry Kulikov with the Minnesota Wild, trying to bring him in for the third pair, so we'll see if that goes anywhere. We'll see. No, Saad to Arizona is the exact opposite of a good fit. What's going on, Epic Gamer? Saad has absolutely no reason to go to a bottom-feeding team like the Coyotes. Like, unless they give him an obnoxious money value, but they have no reason to do that. If anything, Arizona's going to be getting rid of more veteran guys. They're going to be one of the worst teams this coming season. They're going to be absolutely terrible. Bottom of the Central Division definitely looks like it's going to be the Arizona Coyotes. Nothing really going on with Jack Eichel talks either. Nothing seems real imminent with that, and that was something that earlier there was thoughts that he could get moved today, but oh, here's a new one. Trevor Lewis to the Calgary Flames. Another depth move here for the Calgary Flames. 1 year, $800K. Fourth line guy, reunited with his old coach from LA, Daryl Sutter. He goes now to the Flames and probably play maybe a fourth line, maybe an extra forward role there with Calgary. Wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being a healthy scratch. But, you know, veteran guy who can play on the fourth line. Yeah, I don't know THG, but Brandon Saad's name hasn't even really been brought up today. And I'm surprised because he's still a very solid middle six scorer. So, I mean, not what he used to be in Chicago, but yeah, slap shots. I mean, Zadorov's an okay bottom pair guy, but um, I don't think it's anything that improves Calgary's defense notably or anything like. I mean, he's all right as a number 6 or a number 7, but he's not going to drastically change Calgary or anything. I don't know. We'll see. Why would there be news on Taylor Hall? He signed like a week ago. Taylor Hall's been off the board for like a week now. Doesn't seem like anything new's come out here. All right, guys. So obviously there doesn't really seem to be much happening right now. So, whatever you guys got for discussion, we can discuss things now. You know, teams where they're at this point, moves that were made, moves that were not made, players still available. Whatever you guys want to talk about for the last like 40 minutes or so, we can just kind of talk about a few things and what's going on, and we'll see. There's still a few notable players left on the board, but there's no guarantee that they even signed today. I mean, free agency goes all summer, the rest until into next season. So there's nothing that says that you have to sign on day one. So we'll see what happens with some of these other guys like Foligno and whatnot. Maybe they wait a few days. Maybe they make a decision later. We've got all August for more free agents to be signed. So yeah, watch Ryan. Yeah, all of a sudden at like 4:30, Jack Eichel gets traded or something. Yeah, honestly, that's like wouldn't even surprise me. Yeah, Buchnevich is a big pickup for St. Louis. That guy, he had 48 points last year. He's still fairly young, just kind of reaching his peak in the NHL. He's done a really good job up in St. Louis. Doug Armstrong making that move, and he's made some good moves for the Blues. And Booch is definitely one of them. I like that trade. I mean, they didn't give up a whole lot for him, and then to sign him to the contract, good deal. Well, I've been hoping that he would get traded for the last 8 months now, but I don't know, Tom. I don't think there's that big of a market on DeBrusk. I mean, if you try to trade, you could have gotten a haul in return for Jake DeBrusk 2 years ago. Now, his value is very, very low right now. The only thing he has going for him is that he's still young, so teams are always going to have this belief that he's going to just turn it around and get back to being what he was supposed to be. But he was so bad last season, and he had a down year the year before that too. You're not going to get much for him at this point. His value is dirt cheap. He stunk for 2 straight seasons now. So I don't think Boston's going to find a trade that will work for them, most likely. Hey, what's going on, 100% Dork? Good to see you in here. Team Epic, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. One year, $800K slap shot. 4th line guy, maybe even a healthy scratch extra forward. But 1 year, $800K. Lewis has been in the league a long time now. He's got to be in his mid-30s at this point. Let me see. Oh, shoot. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't have it up. Trevor Lewis is 34. Yeah, this will probably be his last or second to last year in the league. Most likely. Something like that. Taylor Hall's new contract was an absolute home run for the Bruins, Shane. Absolute home run. Not too long. Very reasonable cap hit. He played great in Boston after the trade. Absolute home run. Yes, LA has one of the best prospect pools in the entire league, Jack. They're coming out of the rebuild, and once these guys really get NHL ready and start really performing at the NHL level, LA is going to be a team to reckon with for sure. They're still a year or two away, but they're getting there. Well, Prosperous, if you remember, the Matt Barzal signing happened way later in the offseason when he eventually re-signed with New York. So, I'm not surprised. The Islanders are going to take their time. They're definitely not going to rush anything, and they'll do it at some point this offseason. Yeah, I really like the Arvidsson deal, Jack, a lot. Danault, I think, if Danault gets back to being a 50-point guy, then $5.5 million is not bad for a 50-point two-way center. But if Danault continues to struggle offensively, that's going to be where the problem would be for LA. The other thing is the length of that deal. Because Danault at 28 is fine now, but that's a 6-year deal. You know, what's he going to be at 33, 34? Definitely dropped off from where he is now. So, it was a somewhat expensive contract with given the situation, but he's going to give them a heck of a third-line center, and then, you know, you're going to have Kopitar and Byfield leading the way, and then you're going to have Danault as a third-line center, who's a great two-way defensive shutdown guy. LA is building. LA is building for sure. Hey, thank you, Shane. Yeah, that was sent by subscriber. Alex actually sent that to me in the mail, and it was a cool addition to the hockey stuff that I have there. The Bruins blanket, the Lightning blanket, the Predators banner. There's also a Montreal Canadiens poster sitting on top, but you can't see it because it has to sit on top, otherwise it wouldn't stay up there. But trying to always add to my hockey collection of stuff when I can, of different teams. I have tons and tons of Bruins stuff, but I'm trying to add different team stuff any chance I can, because obviously I cover and watch the entire league, not just the Bruins. So. Hey, what's going on, Ben? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Danny, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, well, THG, he was supposed to, if you go back a year ago from now, he was supposed to be a top 5 pick in the draft. He was supposed to be a top 5 pick, and then he had a brutal season in Finland this year and dropped all the way out of the first round. And they ended up getting him in the second round. And now I guess he's having a good summer showcase. But that he was supposed to be a top 5 pick in, if you go back to the draft rankings from a year ago for the 2021 draft. And his stock absolutely plummeted this season. So he could end up being a steal if he gets back to being a top 5 pick-worthy player. Alright, see if we get anything new here. Yeah, no, not really seeing anything else. Hearing some trade rumblings about Colorado possibly trading for Darcy Kuemper. Obviously, with Grubauer gone, Colorado needs a goaltender. They don't have a starter right now. Colorado could potentially be trying to trade for Darcy Kuemper from Arizona. That would certainly make sense given the situation with the Avs goaltending right now. Again, we shall see. Hey, thank you, Epic Gamer. Much appreciated. Amon, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Great to see you in the chat. We're getting down towards the end of the show here. Kings are making moves, Amon. I think they have a very, very bright future in LA. Let's see. We've had a lot of moves made already. There's not a whole lot of big names still available. We'll see if they sign today or if they sign more later on in the off season. But appreciate all you guys being here and watching. Thank you so much for hanging out for free agency coverage today. Please don't forget to hit that thumbs up and subscribe. It helps the channel an absolute ton. And I cover the whole league, so fans of every team are welcome and wanted here. And it's been a big free agency day, no doubt about it. And there's definitely still more moves to be made, I would think, as well. Hey, Amon with the 5. Let's get the dono hype in the chat. Thank you so much, Amon. Really, really appreciate that, man. Dropping a 5 on the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Get that hype in the chat for Amon, a channel legend here. As we're down to my final half hour here. Final half hour here of my free agency coverage. There hasn't been a whole lot obviously happening right now. We shall wait and see if there's anything, you know, over the course of the next half hour, or if it ends up taking further than that. Let's see. Looks like Jordan Osterley is going to the Detroit Red Wings. So he previously played for the Arizona Coyotes. It looks like Osterley is going to Detroit. So minor depth defense move there. Savage, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Great to see you in the chat. Whoops. So Jordan Osterley ends up in Detroit, apparently. All right, so not much happening at this point, obviously. Kind of a very much slowed down dry spell here, so I know not many guys left on the board either, because so many have been taken already. But anything you guys want to chat about here for the last 25 minutes or so? Obviously, we're just kind of hanging out at this point and chilling in the chat for the next till 4 p.m. and then I'm gonna sign off and head out for the night. I'm actually going out with my grandfather tonight, so gonna get ready for that. I do too, Jack. I do too. But I think Boston's had a very strong day. Boston filled holes that they needed to fill. Bottom pair left shot defenseman. They got one with Derek Forbort and a player that I like a lot in Derek Forbort. Third liner, they got Erik Haula, and that fills a big hole on the third line. Fourth line to replace Sean Kuraly, Tomas Nosek, another guy that I think fills that role well. So, I do think that Boston has had a solid day today. The biggest thing I'm really missing is I want David Krejci to his contract to become official, that he's actually re-signed, because they need David Krejci as that second line center. If I was in need of a starting goaltender, Amon, yes. If I was in need for a starting goaltender, yes, I would. Gibson, I think, is very, very good. He just hasn't had a good team in front of him for the past couple of years. No, Toronto signed David Kampf, Amon. David Kampf went to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Alex Edler went to the LA Kings. Philip Deneau went to the LA Kings. Oh, here's big news from David Pagnotta. He is reporting as of 30 seconds ago that Brayden Point and the Tampa Bay Lightning are in agreement on an 8-year contract extension worth $9.5 million per season. So it looks like that Brayden Point extension that has been talked about today, 8 years, $9.5 million per season for Brayden Point. Well, he is an elite #1 center, so Brayden Point staying in Tampa Bay, they desperately need to keep him. He's one of their 3 best players. Yeah, prosperous. Nick Ritchie is not a big free agent. Far from it. That is definitely a big contract, but hey, I mean, they got Brayden Point on a cheaper contract than Toronto has Mitch Marner on, so I like that deal. I like that deal. Yeah, prosperous. Elias Pettersson and Quinn Hughes are both RFAs for the Vancouver Canucks. So they really don't have cap space. Oh yeah, Point's been an absolutely phenomenal player for Tampa Bay. He's become one of the best centers in the league, no question. Yeah, things have been very quiet on the Eichel front. Very, very quiet on the Eichel front. Haven't really heard much about it today. So it definitely doesn't seem like anything is imminent or about to happen. Well, Prosperous, how are they going to do that? I mean, Arizona wasn't able to get rid of Ekman-Larsson's contract for a year plus until the Canucks came along. So, I don't know how Vancouver thinks they're going to get rid of Ekman-Larsson's contract, but they've got to re-sign Quinn Hughes and Elias Pettersson, and the cap space that they have on paper right now is going to disappear very, very quickly. Lorne, what is going on? Welcome. Thank you so much for stopping in. Really appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat. Great to have you in here. We're getting close to wrapping things up here. Certainly been an active day, that's for sure. Certainly been an active day. But we're just kind of hanging out in the chat here for the last 20 minutes or so of the stream. Yeah, Lorne. Ooh for Sheet City for sure. Jack, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, no, Ekman-Larsson's contract is the last thing that the Vancouver Canucks need. Yeah, Canes have had a very weird offseason. I can't say it's been one that I think is a particularly good one, although they have made some good moves. I think the Foegele trade for Ethan Bear was fantastic, but then getting Tony DeAngelo makes absolutely no sense. Their goaltending moves were very weird. Mrazek gone, Reimer gone, Nedeljkovic gone. They bring in Frederik Andersen from Toronto, and then they also bring in Antti Raanta, who was injured for most of last season, to be the backup. It was a weird switch in goal for them. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a very weird offseason for Carolina. Amon, they need money now for the Pettersson and Hughes extensions. They They're both RFAs right now. Like, they have to sign them to contracts right now. Or I would offer sheet. Honestly, if I'm another GM, I'm offer sheeting Pettersson, even if there's no chance of him actually getting him, just to raise the price as high as it possibly could be for Vancouver. I would be offer sheeting Pettersson ASAP. Yeah, no, I like Ian Cole is a solid depth defenseman, and Jordan Martinook, especially with them losing Foegele and Brock McGinn. Jordan Martinook is a guy that they needed to bring back, for sure. Isles haven't done anything, THG. Yeah, Bruins got Haula, Nosek, and Forbert. I think Boston's had a very solid day. They haven't spent too much money, and they filled holes that they needed to fill. Yeah, I would be offer sheeting Elias Pettersson ASAP if I was another GM. Force Vancouver to pay him like $9 million a year. Chicago's free agency. I don't know what Chicago is doing. Apparently, they think they're contenders all of a sudden. They massively overpaid for Seth Jones. We have no idea if Marc-Andre Fleury is actually going to play for them or not. I mean, obviously, they're in significantly better shape if Marc-Andre Fleury plays than if he doesn't. But Chicago is not going to be good. Like, Jake McCabe was a solid signing. I don't know. I don't know what direction they're trying to go in. This is a team that last offseason said that they were in a rebuild, and now this offseason are acting like they're Stanley Cup contenders, which they're not even close to Cup contenders. Seth Jones is massively overrated. They gave him an awful contract. I don't know. I think this is really gonna blow up in Chicago's face, honestly. I think this is absolutely gonna blow up in their face. Well, Hyman's contract finally becomes official, but it's what was literally reported yesterday, so they just took forever to make it official. Hyman gets 7 years, $5.5 million per. Ryan Dzingel to Arizona, 1 year, $1.1 million. Dzingel to Arizona. Interesting. Is what it is. Yeah, I like Alex DeBrincat a lot, Prosperous. I mean, they have some good players, but they also have some massive holes. And I think they're also overrating, like, I mean, the Seth Jones contract is just like an absolute joke. He's not even a true number one defenseman. And he wasn't even a number one defenseman in Columbus. Zach Werenski is a way better player. Yeah, Dzingel is, I mean, he's fine to fill a role on your third-ish line. Obviously 1 year, $1.1 million is not a lot of money. He's just a place filler for Arizona because they actually do have to field a team this coming season, and they can't, trade away everybody. They have to have somebody on the roster, but Arizona is definitely going to be one of the bottom teams in the league this coming year. There is no doubt about it. I mean, Prosperous, if Seth Jones only produces 30 to 40 points, then that's a problem. I mean, they're paying him like he's going to be a Norris Trophy contender. I mean, they're paying him more than Alex Petrangelo's getting paid, more than Cale Makar is getting paid, more than Victor Hedman is getting paid. He better be putting up 60 to 70 points for $9.5 million a year. And it's a terrible contract. A guy who's been on a straight decline for the last 3 years. Yeah, Braden Holtby was already signed by Dallas. That was like right when free agency started. Holtby goes to Dallas, which means they have an expendable goaltender there that I would imagine they would be trying to trade, whether that's Bishop or Hudobin, or maybe they try and flip Holtby, who knows. But they don't need 4 goaltenders. Ottinger definitely looks like the goalie of the future, so you're not going to move him. So I would imagine that either Hudobin or Bishop is getting moved at some point before the start of the season. All right, guys, we're down to the final 10 minutes here. Well, there's been big money. There's been big money spent, Prosperous. I think some of these deals will end up working out, and some of these deals are definitely going to be looked back on and laughed at probably 3 or 4 years from now. I think we're going to be looking back on some of these signings and just laugh. Similarly to what happened with the 2016 free agency when Okposo and Backes and Eriksson and Ladd and Lucic and all those guys signed. And now we look back on that and are just laugh at how awful so many of those signings were. There's definitely going to be some of those with this year's free agent class for sure. There's definitely going to be some looking back and laughing. Yeah, over $500 million has been handed out today in total contract money. Over $500 million. The GMs have been throwing the paper around. Yeah. Well, honestly, THG, that might be a good thing. Again, you'd rather have your GM not really do much of anything rather than throw out bad contracts, cuz bad contracts will end up hurting you a lot longer term than not doing much will in free agency. So it might be a good thing for the GMs that have kind of stayed quiet today, because this market's been kind of ridiculous. So sometimes it's better to not do anything than to do something just to do it, and it end up being something really stupid. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out long term. But yeah, I'd rather have my GM not do anything dumb than go out there and try and force something and then end up getting stuck with a really bad deal. And also, guys, don't forget we have the whole trade market, too. Like, not every move is going to be made through free agency. I think we're going to see a lot more trades this offseason as well. And there's going to be a big trade market out there where teams can add to their lineups that way as well, or make deals that way. So I wouldn't be too discouraged if your team was quiet. It's definitely better than doing something bad. And some of these contracts are definitely going to come back and bite the GMs that did them for sure. So I don't know. It's been a very interesting day, but it's been a fun day. Definitely a lot more active. Definitely a lot more active than what last year's free agency was like for sure. Hey, thank you for watching, Chad. Appreciate you being here. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much. Where's all the money coming from? I mean, it's the same amount of money that every team has to spend. Every team has a salary cap of $81.5 million, and these guys are spending to it. That is true, Lauren. We are done with expansion for a while. Nosek is gone from Vegas to Boston. Yes, Chris. I'm pretty happy with that addition for the Bruins. Nick Foligno is going to the Bruins. Oh boy, here, talk about a revamped third line here. Haula coming in and Foligno coming in. Okay. I don't know what the cost is, but at the right price, I absolutely wanted Nick Foligno. So depending on the contract, whatever the cost is, I am liking that for the Bruins as well. Foligno will definitely fit in well with Boston with the kind of player that he is. Hard-working, physical, can chip in offensively, very responsible defensively. That's going to be a good fit on Boston's third line. So, another good depth forward addition here by the Bruins as Foligno comes in. And I like that. I like that move a lot. So now they've added Nosek, Haula, and Foligno to their forward group. Definitely upgrade. Definitely upgrade there to the bottom six without a doubt. They're not gonna have the depth scoring issues, I don't think, that they did last season this coming year. No, Pittsburgh's been fairly quiet today, Coco. They got Brock McGinn. They re-signed Evan Rodriguez. That's pretty much been it for the Penguins. They've had a very, very quiet day. But anyway, guys, that's pretty much going to do it here. That brings us to 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you guys so much for being here, hanging out. 5-hour stream, free agent coverage. And most of the big names came off the board here. So, Prosperous, I literally just said that exact same thing like 5 minutes ago. But thank you guys for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Great to have you all in the chat. Free agency is alive and well. This was a big year. A lot of contracts, a lot of money thrown around. And some of these moves are definitely going to turn out to be good ones. And some of these moves are definitely going to be looked back on and laughed at, without a doubt. So, thank you guys again. I should be streaming again next week. Next week, I'll do some sort of summer stream. I don't want to go too long between streams, and I am actually going on vacation next weekend, so I'll be gone Friday through Monday for the most part. I'll try and have some pre-recorded videos set up so that they will drop over the course of that weekend. But before I leave on Friday, I definitely want to do a stream sometime next week and chat with everyone and talk about anything else that happens and whatnot. So be on the lookout for that. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up and subscribe. It helps the channel a ton and is very much appreciated. Fans of all teams are welcome here as I cover the entire NHL. And really, really appreciate everybody watching here today. And with that, I'm going to head out. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great night. And have a great rest of your week. We'll be talking soon. Thank you guys so much. See you later.